Welcome to Brawlhalla. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, regardless of what time zone you are in, you are here, ready to watch the start of the doubles portion of the Brawlhalla World Champion.
Even though we're kind of coming in on the tail end of the Australian bracket, they're going to be the ones to kick off the true part of the Brawlhalla World Championship here. We had the last chance qualifiers that finished up previously, gave us some incredible games of Brawlhalla to sort of kick off BCX World Championship season, but really it starts here with the 2v2s and with the Australian region. Dude, kind of give us an update on where we are in the bracket since the tournament has already started and most of it is actually finished.
Yeah, we're actually in the top 8 of things, and currently sitting in the winner's side, we've got Doggo, Elsum, and Goddess and Amaze, which I think many people who are familiar with the Australian region are maybe raising an eyebrow right now, because right now in the lower bracket, Pet Rygundas, Doxa, Hypeka, Peace, Hu, Fi, and Beware are all fighting for their potential opportunities to challenge Kyler, Alice, and Dummy down in the lower side, you can see there, and Shadow and Cheeseface also in the lower side.
So let's zoom in on that top side so you can see kind of what led to this maybe questionable and surprising outcome that we have right now. You see on the top side, Doggo and Elsum went over Shadow and Cheeseface 3-0. That seemed like an easy victory for them. That brought them into the winners finals. That's no surprise. The kind of bigger surprise going into this is Kyler, Alice, and Dummy actually lost to Goddess and Amaze. That one went all the way to a Game 5 situation that Goddess and Amaze won out. That put them in the winners finals. That is a little bit surprising, but we've also seen incredible placements just all of a sudden out of the woodwork. We've seen them in the past from Goddess back when she teamed with Shadow, but then she kind of fell off for a little while, was shopping around for which teammate was actually the right fit for their team, and then all of a sudden met with Amaze, and that was just, oh my gosh, a chef's kiss, a match made in heaven. The peanut butter to Goddess's jelly. What an incredible team. I was looking at some of Amaze's previous placements in the year, and I didn't have to look for very long because there's not very many of them, Duke. There are a couple tournaments in 2020, and then in 2021, there's 4 tournaments for doubles. 3 of them are official, 1 is a community tournament, and if you look at it, the Australian Spring Championship 2v2s came in 9th, and then in the Summer Championships came in 5th. Both of those were with King Shawnee, Amaze's previous teammate. Then we saw a community tournament come out, 3rd place. That was when Goddess and Amaze kind of met, and that was, I believe, their first tournament together. Then, Autumn Championships. That's when everybody really paid attention because they came in 3rd place. That meant that they were on stream and everybody could see them. The 9th place finish was good. The 5th place finish, also pretty good, but those aren't really the games that you're seeing frequently on the Australian streams. So that's why the 3rd place was so huge.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and it's kind of exciting, you know what I mean? Like, this is a region that, for all intents and purposes, is relatively small. There's only a couple people who have been trickling to the top, and those names have kind of established themselves, but it's also cool to see that Goddess and Amaze coming together are doing very well for themselves and making it, and like I said, they made into the top 3 in the most recent championship for the Australian. It's really cool to see this kind of leveling up happening. More and more people are getting to that top level play, and you're starting to see some more people solidify themselves on these podiums.
But if you're looking at that podium and you're looking at the gold place, that 1st place finish, most of this year has been Doggo and Elsum. Seeing them here, no surprise on anyone's mind. Some people might have expected Kyler, Alice, and Dummy to be the other team in winners finals here. Another team that's been regularly top 2, but most of this year, they've been in that number 2 spot. They're top 2, but they're not 1 because Doggo and Elsum have dominated almost all of this year.
Yeah, it's definitely been the Doggo and Elsum show for doubles in the Australian region. And I think without further ado, let's watch some gameplay of them. I think it's time we get into it to watch Doggo and Elsum versus Amaze and Goddess, because that's going to be our first match today to kick off the doubles portion of the Brawlhalla World Championship. And look at these character picks. I don't think that's legal.
It's definitely not.
I don't think you can have
they are Doggo and Elsum are definitely trolling with the double Moonin pick. That is totally not allowed for this tournament. On the other side, one of the big things Amaze came out of the gate with that surprised basically everybody, myself included, I've been a doubter in the past on several characters and how they fit into the current meta. Vector was one of them I've been a doubter on. Honestly, I'm still a doubter on. I still don't believe it anytime a Vector succeeds. But Amaze had an incredible Vector that really surprised everybody, but this time she's not playing on that Vector. She's coming in with the Azoth, a level 69 Azoth, and then Goddess is coming in with the Garnet crossover on Petra, one of the cleanest crossovers in the entire game, level 44 on that one.
Yeah, I'm definitely no Vector hater the way that you are, but I definitely think there's more logic behind it. I think it is something better suited to double space. Again, Azoth is getting a lot of love recently. We're seeing more and more people pick up the Azoth, pick up the bow. Even Koji's getting a lot of love, right? And as the bow players start coming in, you're seeing this kind of logic start to play out. And of course, Axe, you can't go wrong in the double space with an Axe. So not too surprised to see Amaze on the Azoth. Goddess on the Garnet, also, again, a really solid all-rounder for the double space. But you're seeing some of the past picks for these people, as Doggo and Elsem have been running the Thor and the Asuri combination in there. Man, look at all those gold medals.
Definitely going to show some humble beginnings from Goddess and Amaze. Definitely from Amaze on this end, because we have seen Goddess do well in the past alongside her previous teammate Shadow. Now we're seeing some of the actual picks coming in for Elsem and Doggo, an incredibly meta team that I expect to see from virtually every region several times as we move on through the 2v2 World Championships in the other regions, and that is, of course, the Taros and the Brynn double axe characters.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, you and I have been watching Brawlhalla and doubles for a very long time, and there was a whole period in time where Axe wasn't exactly the most popular doubles weapon. In fact, it used to be like sword, spear, and maybe hammer were like the big three. But then we started seeing people pick up the Axe, start to recognize, okay, those follow-up Axe hits can do a lot of damage, get those big chunks, really, really works out well. And then you're starting to see more Axe get played. And like you said, I don't think we're going to see much variation in character picks, and I think we're going to see it a lot in some of the other regions.
You talk about the double axe for the red team, but you also have that axe that we talked about on the Azoth. So 3 axe characters coming into this game. Goddess, the lone non-axe player. Who knows? Things start going poorly for Goddess in this set. Might even see her swap on to an axe character as well. Starting this one off, the first weapon really for Amaze that she might spend some serious time on is the bow. A little bit of team damage as the chaos ensues.
Yeah, they're immediately just swinging on each other. You can see the positioning coming out from the blue team. They're trying to stay relatively close to each other. Unfortunate for Amaze there, that axe neutralite actually pops up and jumped over the bow downlight there, or she didn't get the range. But either way, things looking pretty all right for the red team. They've got both blue team members close to KO percent. Elsem's still pretty healthy.
Hearing all those axe moves coming out. It's going to be a recovery for the first KO right off the top. Pick that one up nice and high, too. No doubt in anyone's mind that that was going to lead to a KO. But see, Goddess picks up her recovery way too low for that to be a KO off the top. Elsem's going to live just a little bit longer, hoping to extend, maybe not get caught in the air by Amaze like Doggo did. That is 1 KO. We've seen the entire red team wiped. The blue team holding on to both of their stocks. First was Doggo, and then was Elsem to fall.
I love that decision-making from Goddess. In the moment, she said, you know what? I don't care if this takes out Amaze. I'm going to just pull the trigger and take out Elsem. And just keeping in mind, again, in the double space, you do less damage and less force to your teammates. So 100% worth to go for that side-light side air.
Seeing Goddess start to take some serious damage, actually matching Elsem. Amaze is going to get taken out. This could be really bad for Goddess if she's not able to stay safe while Amaze spawns back in the game. She is able to grab a weapon actually very quickly, even though Elsem was kind of playing around it, hoping that Elsem could hit some unarmed move and send Amaze away from that weapon spawn, giving Elsem free reign to the... Oh my gosh. Goddess was just totally soloed, taken out, put onto final stocks. This is a big discrepancy.
Yeah, she had a very ineffective second stock. The red team shut her down ASAP. I thought it was going to be, you know, just a rough start to it. Maybe she was going to recoup once Amaze got back in. But man, she tried to play to the outside and just got caught, got taken out. And now it's on her to survive. She has to outlive both these red team members, or else she's going to be leaving Amaze in a very unfortunate 1v2.
We have seen it, well, I was just about to say, we've seen Amaze not take too much damage, and then she just takes 3 axe hits. Nice follow-up there between Elsem and Doggo. Neutral Light didn't send Doggo off screen just yet. We do have the possibility to get a full red team wipe, but you have to keep your eyes on Goddess. She's now in the orange. It's not going to take too much more for her to be in the red, going up against 2 axes. That recovery's going to hit the bottom side, bouncing Elsem off the stage. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Is it going to be a 2-for-1 trade? Can Elsem finish this one up? Got the neutral air. There's the chase dodge. Back up, but Goddess is so damaged.
Okay, they are going to take out Elsem. Oh, Goddess can't touch.
No.
Pulled away.
That is so heartbreaking for the blue team. Amaze might
Woo!
just be KO'd here. Drop that one a little bit, but still there to grab it. The dodge was burned for the taunt. Amaze knew it was an inevitability that the red team was going to clean that one up. Look at Goddess's damage. Not a lot of damage coming out. Easily the lowest across the entire game. And it's that ineffective second stock, like you said.
It's really unfortunate because Goddess shows that she has that potential. Man, I want to see that team combo actually connect. That's an interesting end sig because it follows parallel to the trajectory. He just didn't have the positioning for it. But like, I think if Goddess was able to survive on that second stock better, then I think things would have looked very different. But just at the end of the day, she, like we kept saying, like had a very ineffective second stock, and since then was just playing from behind.
I do want to see that team combo as well because you know how dirty. Picking that neutral sig up that high, that's an orange KO. But like you said, because it's on that parallel angle, you got to get the X coordinate right, you got to get the Y coordinate right, and you got to get the timing right.
It's definitely a tricky one, but could work out really well. Oh, big side air. Goddess is in trouble. Amaze has to save her, but Doggo going to hit the ground pound. Big lead for the red team.
Oh, is Amaze going to get taken out here as well? Nice side air from Elsem, but there was the dodge from Amaze. Getting through that does pick up the recovery, splitting up the red team just a little bit, but they're immediately back to one another. Not enough to KO with that bow recovery just yet.
Definitely not a too terrible situation. Obviously, Goddess losing that stock early is rough, but if Amaze is able to get these stocks, oh man, look at Goddess's health bar. She just keeps getting whittled away.
She's getting bullied so hard out of this game. Everybody that turns even a little bit of their attention onto Goddess is finding so much purchase. Every single hit, multiple hits without taking very much damage whatsoever. Amaze is doing a fantastic job. She does fall there, but she was basically keeping pace with Elsem. That was a 1 minute and 10 second stock that Amaze was able to survive on that first stock with, but Goddess, that's the big thing you got to worry about for this team. Amaze can play out of her mind, but if Goddess just keeps getting knocked out every time, they're going to be in a really tough spot. Even that team damage is so bad for the blue team.
Yeah, I mean, I was praising in Game 1 the decision to go for the team damage, but here in Game 2, any team damage on Goddess is just going to make things more stressful. All things considered, though, it's actually kind of even. Look at Elsem's health bar in comparison to Amaze, and you know what? Things look all right. If they take out Doggo, suddenly the blue team's got the lead.
We kind of see a little bit of a complete 180 from last game. That first stock of Goddess lasted really long, and then the second stock was super short. Meanwhile, in this game, the first stock was pretty short, and the second stock, actually a pretty good amount of time survived on it.
Yeah, but it's definitely Amaze who is able to put out all the work. Like, Goddess is just kind of playing the survival game right now. She's out there playing Rust, while Amaze is out there playing, I don't know, Call of Duty or something, just trying to take some names. Nice N-Sig coming out from Goddess, though. Will even up the stock count, but again, I'm worried about that health bar.
Full team wipe is nice here. Amaze has been able to survive quite a bit this game if she can keep that one up. Oh, no follow-up there option from Goddess. You know she was in the right spot for it, but that weapon toss completely halted all of the momentum that was going to happen off of the move that Amaze picked up. Neutral Light taking out Amaze. Goddess has to be so careful. Are they going to come in with the double edge guard like they did last game? The 2 axes, one right next to the other that came in with the ground pound from the red team. That was so deadly.
I don't think they want to risk it. They don't have to because now it's 1v2. Different team combination. Doesn't hit the side sig. Just a little bit off the mark. But man, the damage is being put out. Amaze out of jumps, out of options. Gonna fall here in game number 2. Doggo and Elsem 2 on the board.
And this is looking rough. The damage numbers are better coming out from Goddess this game. 433 alongside her teammate of 439, so not bad. Kind of everybody did around the same damage, mid-400s coming out from one member of the red team. The other one did a mighty 600. But man, this team of Doggo and Elsem, they've looked basically unbeatable this entire year that seems to extend itself now into the World Championships.
Now we're seeing Goddess going to make swap on winner's bracket Hope right here. On winner's bracket Point, Goddess is going to make the swap over to the Stevani, going to mirror the abilities of Val here for game number 3. That's so interesting. The 135s across the board on the right side made me think that was a bug. That's actual.
I don't think so.
Right? No? Okay.
No.
I don't know.
No,
I don't understand
no
graphs.
shot.
I'm so
No
confused. I just see
shot.
135s and I'm like, the left side seems right, so the right side's got to be right.
If those are right, I'll give Creed $20 tonight. Instant payout. Oh,
Well,
no,
here we
this
are,
is
game number 3.
already seeing that D-Sig hit from Ellison. That just doesn't make me feel good about...
Yeah, again, on
grabbing
both.
that one again on both members of the blue team.
One thing that's nice about this swap for Goddess is she is going to have more defense with this Stevani pick, but at the same time, will she be able to put out that damage? Stevani, not the highest strength character, but Amaze gets the first KO. Elsum on the left side. Nice gravity cancel sidelight. Amaze running out of jumps, but still has the height to get back to the wall safely. Goddess playing risky here.
Yo, the GC sidelight of all options there. I think she did the spot dodge, and I don't know if she actually wanted to go for the GC sidelight or something else, but was kind of stuck in either that gravity cancel leading to a misinput, maybe hoping for the downlight that ended in a sidelight, or maybe for a side air, but she was still in the option to pick up that gravity cancel. So we have a much different game here.
Yeah, they were looking closer, right? Like after that scramble, a lot of people got KO'd, but Amaze got caught in that team combo while Goddess was respawning. And oh my goodness, Amaze might be the first one to fall. This red team's so good at just picking someone and bullying them.
Amaze kind of just hiding over on the left side, and that was kind of fine for the red team. They were going to turn both of their sights over onto Goddess, put out some damage on her. Oh,
no!
You saw Doggo rip that first side air. Like, no way was that going to be the follow-up they needed. Elsum kept it going. That gave Doggo plenty of time to find the side air that they needed to get the KO. And this very close game completely snowballed for the red team.
Yeah, some big team combos from the red team that led to more and more. And I love how Doggo played that, right? He was completely expecting D-Light side air, the standard follow-up there, and he went for the first side air to follow up, didn't quite get it because Elsum got the extra with the double downlight, and he still hit the second side air. Red team is in a commanding lead here, but the blue team's able to even up the stock count.
Elsum using Miami Dome to its full potential by staying on that left soft platform, jumping and fast falling around it, so Elsum didn't take too much damage while Doggo was respawning back in. Goddess very much in the red.
Ooh,
Amaze will be
snap.
there shortly. Oh my gosh, and the full follow-up. Elsum and Doggo are taking the 3-0 victory here, moving easily into the winners finals. I gotta look at their bracket. Have they lost a game today?
The way they're playing right now, I don't think that is a possibility. They are playing out of their minds right now. 3-0ing through everything.
Nope.
I'm looking at the top 32, 3-0.
They haven't lost the game today.
Yeah, okay. Doggo and Elsum are, I mean, this is the World Championship, so if you're going to play out of your mind, this is the day to do it. And they're sitting in grand finals now. Like, they can't get lower than a top 2 finish.
They cruised right on into this one. Let's look at the damage that Amaze was able to do with her axe. She was definitely more of a bow player in this one. Look at the gauntlet damage and see that Goddess was also more of a sword player here. Axe is kind of the more meta 2v2 weapon, so only being able to put out 2 digits worth of damage on that. Meanwhile, look at the other side. 201 from Doggo, 168 from Elsum. So basically double plus that both members of the red team were able to put out on that axe compared to Amaze.
I love this graphic in particular because I know there's a lot of people who watch doubles play and they roll their eyes at the axe, but across the board, it was the other weapon that did the most damage. 281 from the hammer of Doggo, 289 from the spear of Elsum. They did more damage with the other weapons, but they had the axe for those big moments, right? Doggo's side air follow-ups off of Elsum's spears, those team combos with the double axe. Again, 135s across the board on the right side. Super cool. Really interesting statistic there. Team stats. Oh, it's sums. It's a sum of... I didn't know what these stats were. Okay.
Yeah, it shows the damage dealt. So 379 plus 353 is not 135, but you should be looking at the other side and see that massive 1K damage compared to the, like, I'm trying to remember the numbers. I think it was like just over 700. It was under 750, I believe, coming out from the blue team. So massive damage difference between those two. Doggo and Elsem looking basically unbeatable right now. Seeing that Goddess and Amaze took Kyler Alice and Dummy to game 5, I don't know if either of those two teams have what it takes to go up against Doggo and Elsem.
That is literally what I'm thinking right now, is like, Kyler Alice and Dummy, they're the second favorites. They're the people who have the best potential chance statistically to go up against Doggo and Elsem and potentially take them down. But the fact that they went to Game 5 against Goddess and Amaze, the fact that they lost in Game 5 against Goddess and Amaze does not bode well. Doggo and Elsem have got to be feeling really comfortable sitting in the finals right now.
Maybe they just need that trip down into the losers bracket to sort of wake up a little bit, give them that wake-up call that they haven't had too many times this year unless they're going up against Doggo and Elsem in the grand finals. So let's maybe take a look at Kyler Alice and Dummy's trip through the bracket to see how they got to where they are, which is down in the losers quarterfinals fighting against Ket and Raigundas, and they're actually down a game right now. So I'm going to go back into the top 32 and see what they've done so far today. If you look at where they were, they came up against Peace and Vac Hunter. We've seen Peace in the past. I think Peace used to team with Yaman, but I could be wrong about that one. That was an easy 3-0 for Kyler and Dummy. Right before that, they fought Catfish and V Roscoe. That, again, was another 3-0 for them. So, yeah, they kind of ran up against an interesting team of Goddess and Amaze and took that one all the way to Game 5. So hopefully they had a little bit of time while the losers bracket was catching up before that next set started. We can see that time-wise, they're only about 11 minutes into that set. So there's been a little bit of time for them to sort of reset, figure things out, maybe choose which characters they're going to play that might be different, or figure out what they're going to do for their trip through the losers bracket.
Yeah, and then on the other side, of course, we just watched Goddess and Amaze, but might as well check in on the path that they took to get here. They looked to have a slightly rougher route to get up into the top portion of things. They went up against Duplicek and Shock, 3-0ing them, but Duplicek, definitely a known name. And then after that, went up against Phi and Beware of Chair, and that one went to Game 5. So Goddess and Amaze definitely scrapping it out here. The fact that they're going to Game 5 twice in a row is a bit of a struggle, but they still managed to get into the winner's final, unfortunately. Just saw them get 3-0'd, but now they have to sit in the losers final for quite a while as, like you said, in the lower side of things, Shadow and Cheeseface are currently fighting against Vac Hunter. Kyler Alice and Dummy are fighting against Ket and Raigundas.
Yeah, both of those sets will happen off stream, and we should have a bracket update shortly on what's happening between Shadow and Cheeseface versus Peace and Vac Hunter. That is in a Game 5 situation right now. That set's been going on for just a little over 20 minutes that they've been fighting that one out. So we should have the bracket update shortly. But before we get to that, we're going to be going on just a short break real quickly. Make sure if you want to get involved on social media, on Twitter, hashtag BHEsports. You might find your tweet show up on stream if you tag me at WhoIsSparky, or if you tag Duke at Duke the letter X fam on that. That's DUC the letter X PHAM. You might get a like or two. I don't know if it's a good one, maybe. So yeah, we're going to be tossing to a break real quick, and then we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
And we're back from our brief break, and in that time, some drama has happened. Cat and Raigundas 3-1ing Kyler, Alice, and Dummy, the second seeds of the tournament, the previous 2v2 world champions in Australia, knocked out of the bracket.
Boy, am I glad we didn't have a pre-show, because I would not have expected that one coming, and everyone would have said, oh, you look like an idiot on Twitter, even though that was a very good pick, and that shouldn't have happened. So that's huge for Cat and Raigundas, man. This is the World Championships. If you want to make your name, do it here. Everything is going to reward you for it. You'll have the clout. You'll have the prize pool, man. This is the place to do it, baby. It's the end of the season. Everything comes down to this. It's Cat and Raigundas now in the top 4, going up against Shadow and Cheeseface for the, I guess the opportunity to fight up against Goddess and Amaze in the losers finals.
Yeah, this is definitely a great showing from Cat and Raigundas. Cat arguably kind of the least known name in this region of the people still in the tournament. On the other side, Raigundas definitely established him. Cheeseface established him. Shadow. The region. So it's going to be an awesome one regardless, and we're going to see who's going to get that opportunity to fight Goddess and Amaze to get into the top 3, get that podium, get that medal in the World Championship for Brawlhalla into. Man, it's going to be a good day for Brawlhalla and a good week for Brawlhalla.
Now, just a quick little history lesson before we actually get into this one is Cat and Raigundas did play together in a previous tournament. It was the Autumn Championships just a couple months ago, coming in 5th place. So they've already pushed past this on their very next tournament. Progress still being made by this team, and one of the teams they took out, Kyler, Alice, and Dummy. Fantastic work from them. We'll see if they can keep that momentum going into this next one. Character picks wise, let's look at what we got on the board. Duke, lay it out for us.
Well, I'm seeing a Thor and a Bodvar on the blue team. On the other side, Shadow and Cheeseface are running the Ulgrim and the Azoth. So again, another Azoth being played in the doubles space. We've got 2 different brain spaces, right? Double Hammer on the blue team, Double Axe on the red team. Both very meta, very logical picks. It's going to be interesting to see who ends up winning out, though.
Now, Cheeseface, even though he is playing a very popular weapon coming in with the axe, and also a semi-popular character now that we've kind of seen towards the end of the season with the Azoth, Cheeseface is going to be one of the few Azoths out there with a level 100 Azoth. That is a lot of time on this character that we've only really started to see creep in to a lot of top players' character choices. We are getting into the stage banning now. We'll see where we go. We haven't really seen any Crystal Temple today. We did see Miami Dome in terms of soft platform usage earlier, but it's going to come down to Mammoth Fortress, Shipwreck Falls, and Apocalypse for Cat and Raigundas to choose from, and we're going to Mammoth Fortress.
And it's interesting because Cheeseface gets to be the hipster Azoth. You were kind of talking about him being level 100. He gets to be like, yo, I was on this first. Everybody's jumping on my character. But we'll see how well this works out. As like you said, we're going to Mammoth Fortress for game number 1.
Starting off this one Each member of the team is going to grab a weapon first off. There is a spot on the right side. Raigundas was the one who went actually over to the left side, didn't grab the weapon, but now has one in hand. We'll see what Shadow is able to do with this Lance. I feel like it's been a minute since I saw a Ulgrim this deep in bracket from any region other than like South America.
Yeah, they definitely they don't generally make it very far. Lance in particular can be kind of awkward in the 2v2 space. It takes up a lot of real estate to utilize. Oh no! The weapon toss from Raigundas, and Shadow launches his teammate right into the weapon toss. Gonna take Ket down to his second stock already.
And that's tough when you're a Thor. You are kind of expected when you pick that character to be able to survive a long time. If you don't, you better be fragging your brains out on the other team. Raigundas might get the finish over here onto Shadow. Not quite. He's able to get back onto the main platform. A little bit of team damage coming out. A stomp, not too bad for Raigundas because Shadow doesn't actually get a follow-up off of it. Sidelight Nair. Raigundas. That weapon toss is actually going to save Ket a little bit. Is he going to get the full KO here? Not quite just yet. Coming back up. Raigundas is still searching for it.
He's sitting on this outside, hits the recovery from underneath. Second recovery will actually be the finisher, and that is going to be the stock lead going the way of the blue team. But Raigundas and Ket have taken a lot of damage, and I got word from production, I had to double check, that Ket is in fact a rebrand of Enematech, who teamed up with Cheese.
Oh yeah, we definitely knows Enematech. The TEK, the last 3 letters of Enematech. Turn that around, that's KET.
That's the tech behind the name. But Ket has got to be careful here. Deep red on this second stock. Again, the Thor has a lot of defense, but an Axe neutral sig from Cheesebase will be enough to put Ket down to his final stock here in game number 1.
I feel like with that name change, we have like a little bit of a Tom Marvolo Riddle, I am Lord Voldemort situation kind of going on. Except Ket doesn't seem to be, at least in this game, as strong as Lord Voldemort is in the Harry Potter universe. If they can get a KO onto Cheeseface, that would put them in a pretty good spot. Raigundas is going to eat a big boot, go straight down off of the unarmed Kit. Sidelight Cider, he actually gets the full combo off before Shadow does. Yo, Raigundas! Another ground pound. This time it was his sword.
Yeah, he slipped right in there. Gets another ground pound. Shadowface has a lot of movement. The chase dodge up, and he's going to get up safely. Red team still with this lead, and blue team's taking a lot of damage here as we get to the final stocks.
Blue team has found some good moments to sort of bring them back into this game a little bit, but here towards the end, it's really starting to fall apart. The fact that they can't KO Shadow. He's going to feel good enough to go in with the double ground pound pulled out of them, so he didn't get caught down there too low, even though he was unarmed without weapon priority. Grabs that one. Yo, the recovery. I don't know if that Cider would have actually killed from Raigundas on its own, so great pickup.
Oh, and Shadow on the respawn immediately comes in, relieves the pressure. Raigundas going to be the one to fall, and Ket on his last legs here, deep red, and Cheese is going to get it. Nice win. Game number 1 to Cheese and Shadow.
You saw the side air coming in from that hammer. Hopefully we can get a slow-mo on that one because the hammer side air came out a little bit too early. Cheeseface was able to time it well with a really good spacing also and get the KO there in the side air war. There's that weapon toss that sort of started things off on a not very good foot.
It's so unfortunate because that one was definitely not intended to hit the team. Right? Like, it was like, I'm going to try to help you out. I see you're struggling a little bit against this Lance. Let me just go for this weapon toss over there. Good positioning from Space on that final KO as well. You're kind of talking about that side air. Able to outspace the hammer side air from Ket and then come in right underneath. Like, that is not an easy thing to do. Definitely a lot of people have eaten a Sair to the face in that situation.
Now you see the team damage up on the board there. It's 75 from Ket and Raigundas compared to Shadow and Cheeseface's 148. So it's basically double the team damage, but you gotta look at that first damage that was really done to the team, and that was that weapon toss. All it took was that one damage to actually lead to a team KO. So that was really rough for the team, even though they overall did less team damage.
Yeah, it's not a thing that does a lot of like literal damage, but it does emotional damage. Takes out your teammate, and you can see the clear definition coming out from Cheeseface. 585 damage done with the axe, 4 with the bow. Kind of similar story with Ket, 261 on the orb, 64 done with the hammer. There's very clearly some weapon specialists on these teams.
So we're going to be getting into this next one shortly. We did have a player dip out of the lobby, so you're going to have to deal with us for a moment as they come back in. That's Doggo. What are you doing? You're not supposed to be in here yet. You got to wait for your turn. We're waiting for Ket to get back in this room. Let's maybe take a look at the bracket. You don't have to put it on the screen, production, but we're just going to talk about it for a moment to see where this team came from and how they got to this point. I'm going to have to click on the bracket a little bit here. So pardon me while it loads for just a second. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at Smash GG.
Well, I can tell you that Ket and Raigundas was on the top side. They beat Smash and Ryu in top 32, but then they got beat by none other than Doggo and Elsem, which made them have to do a lower bracket run. From there, they ended up going up against KZ Daddy and Moxie, where they 3-1'd to get into the top 8.
Then they got into their top 8. They took it 3-1 over Doxa and Hypeka. I'm not really familiar with either of those names. And then they went up against Kyler, Allison, Dummy. Of course, we talked about that one. They find themselves here, and everybody is in the lobby. We're about to get into this one. No character swaps whatsoever coming from these players.
Nope, definitely going to run it back. There was definitely a lot of opportunities there for the blue team to do well. And the fact of the matter is, like, despite the fact that Ket lost his first stock very fast, he ended up outliving Raigundas, and unfortunately they just weren't able to put out as much damage, but there's definitely some potential there. You can see those inner workings of something big. Still a little bit of struggle coming out from the red team, though, as Cheeseface disconnects and reconnects. We're about to get into the map banning portion.
We'll see if we go to any different map this time. Crystal Temple taken off of the board right away. They're thinking about this second one a little bit more. It is going to be Apocalypse. Maybe they're not a fan of soft plats. Actually, Mammoth
they're leaving
the
soft
third
plats.
ban being taken. So yeah, I take it back. They are a fan of soft plats. They just want them to be like a little bit higher. So we're talking like Miami Dome. We're talking Small Enigma. We're talking Great Hall. They even take Shipwreck Falls. So it is going to be a choice between 2 soft plats or 3 soft plats. And in the case of soft platforms, less has to be better.
That might be the logic behind the red team, as that's what they went for. They went with the double platform of Miami Dome. We'll see how well it works out for them as we get into game number 2.
Raigundas does seem to be the player that goes to the other side of the stage first to sort of deny that weapon spawn. It's been unsuccessful so far, and yet again this game, Raigundas is going to be the last player to find a weapon, still searching for it. Even that one is taken away by Cheeseface. Over 15 seconds, and Raigundas has been unarmed the whole time. Finally, a spawn comes in, grabs it, but takes a hit, and because of that, Raigundas is already in orange.
Yeah, and you saw Cheeseface was able to swap from bow to bow, which means he had to have it picked up at least 3 weapons the time that Raigundas had no weapons, and Raigundas is just taking damage. The weapon toss not going to KO, but man, Raigundas, has he gotten to play this first stock? I don't think so, as the down sig takes him out and Ket's on the right side.
Raigundas has just been like doing quick time events the whole time and just watching like bad things happening to him because he's unable to get a weapon, unable to find the priority. Even when he does have it, he's still taking more damage. You hear all of those lance hits coming out. He does find a KO here, whiffs that side air. Shadow trying to play in between 2 members of the blue team.
Some really good target swapping from Shadow on that Lance. Team combo coming out from the blue team. Actually going to get some great damage built up onto Cheeseface. Left side, Raigundas hunting for a KO. Can't quite get the recovery. Shadow playing below it, and Ket, unfortunately, side 6 his teammate. Shadow is going to take down Ket.
Raigundas wasn't too deep into the stock just yet, so that didn't actually immediately lead to a KO. But the extended edgeguard situation with an unarmed Raigundas yet again. He's taking so much damage. Shadow finally falls. Raigundas might be right behind him shortly. Cheeseface, nice bonk on the head with the weapon toss. Even the ground pound. Raigundas comes in. How did they? He was in like white, Duke. That's so terrible.
He had just enough force on that boot to deny the wall touch, and Ket just got a stock deleted from him. Raigunda's going to fall on the left side. Shadow is dominating, and the red team has a big stock lead.
Now, I know we don't have graphs for 2v2, and we talk about like a skinny part of the graph for when your stock doesn't last that long. That was going to be a very short graph because he didn't take that much damage. That was a little puny one.
Yeah, that was a weapon toss's worth of damage, effectively. Like, you just see like a little anthill on that graph. But a nice neutral air coming out from Raigundas. They might be able to take down Cheeseface, and that could be what they need to get back into this. But Cheeseface with the movement. Shadow just target swapping. It has to survive. Okay, Shadow's going to fall. Cheeseface if he outlives any of the blue team members, and this is in the red team's bag.
You saw that side air from Cheeseface again. Gave me a little bit of a flashback from last game. That's going to take out Ket. 2v1 situation. Nice side air from Raigundas, but now he has to deal with a fresh Shadow.
And Raigundas play the stock of his life. He's got to perfect this as the side air almost KOs him. One more hit from an axe, and Raigundas could fall. Edge guard opportunity, he backs off.
Even if he picked up that down air or a ground pound, like nothing's really going to happen to Shadow unless he just totally misplays it on the edge. One, because Raigundas is completely unarmed until just now, and then because Shadow's not too damaged. So any hit he finds is not going to send Shadow anywhere compared to what Shadow is doing. Wrong side of the stage, hits the side air, still a KO anyway.
I hear you about the unarmed edge guard, but you gotta rewind and remember Cheeseface took out Ket with an unarmed edge guard.
That's
so
true.
Anything is possible.
Oh man, this is a rough spot for Ket and Raigundas. They had to be feeling good after 3-1 Kyler Allison dummy previously coming into this one and then hitting a brick wall. They're now down 0-2. And you actually, whoa, I'm a little bit surprised. You see very low team damage from both teams here.
Yeah, they did a good job. Honestly, it was kind of split, right? Like there wasn't a lot of opportunities to hit each other because they were just like all over the place. A lot of things in the air on the off stages. They didn't really get close enough to get that.
Now we'll see if the outcome changes this game. There is no character swaps yet again on the board. We are going back to Mammoth now that it wasn't banned out like it was previously.
Here we go. Game number 3. Final opportunity for Raigundas and Ket to stay alive in this tournament. This is the World Championship. They want to podium here.
Now Raigundas is actually able to get a weapon much earlier on than in really any of the previous games going into this one. He's searching for the just like standard hammer option. Didn't really look very flexible on the edge. He just kind of tunnel vision for the recovery. I think that could prove not very good for Raigundas in the future if he's not able to adapt to sort of all of the chaos that can happen on the edge.
That's definitely something we've seen from the way Raigundas plays that hammer edge guard. Like, I'm rewinding back to, I think, game 1, where he did like 5 hammer recoveries against Cheeseface on the edge. Didn't hit any of them, but here we are. Left side opportunity. Shadow's going to get the first KO onto Ket. Raigundas still playing this edge guard. Get back up, but Cheeseface and Shadow got the stock.
He played it reasonably successfully, though, especially because he was unarmed. He got back onto the stage, did some good damage. It ended up leading to a kill later on as Cheeseface was taken out. Now they just have to clean up this stock of Shadow, and they're going to be in a pretty good spot. Hopefully Raigundas can get it without taking too much more damage. That neutral air not quite enough. Good spot dodge there to get through the side air. Oh, Raigundas on the edge, doing more than just relying on the recovery, and he gets back, and he goes for the slide charge. T-Sig, that was close. There's the recovery, the weapon toss.
Shadow saved him!
Finds the recovery!
You can't touch!
Oh, not quite.
Shadow, you got to give him credit. He respawned, came in, didn't actually do much, except he ate 1 weapon toss, which is enough that Cheeseface didn't have to risk anything. He didn't have to worry about that threat, and it's going to keep Cheeseface alive. Stock count is even. Cheeseface a little bit more damage, but this is definitely doable for either team.
Ket's actually finding some really good damage here onto Cheeseface. Nice little follow-up there. He's now going back over to Cheeseface, who's in the red, picks up the sidelight side air. Not enough to KO, but you see him immediately then go to put damage onto Shadow. Picks up the signature, gets the KO, now rotating over. Grabs the first weapon that comes out. Raigundas. Oh, he didn't take the bottom side of that, but he did hit the down signature.
Still good?
No, he got hit by that.
Oh my gosh, Ket slips past all of that. Cheeseface was coming in, was trying to take some names with his boots. Raigundas did fall, but still, this is a nice lead for the blue team, and like you said, a lot of it off the back of Ket with this orb play.
I'll be very curious to see those stats and how different they are for Ket this game compared to some of the previous games. Blue team in a fantastic spot.
Ket is coming alive. So is Raigundas on the hammer. Like the last game was predominantly sword play from Raigundas, but this game, definitely a lot of hammer play coming out from Raigundas.
He's taking some risks on the edge. A lot of them are actually paying off. Like the first stock, he was just like, he was Mr. Textbook hammer player on the edge looking for, okay, when do I get to do my recovery move? But now he's doing some sick stuff on the edge, and I'm digging it.
Yo, all I'm saying is there's a reason that the textbook was written, right? They don't write textbooks about the guy who did hammer dare on the edge 5 times in a row, but the guy who does hammer recovery, he gets a book written about him. Down sig from Raigundas, and it looks like the blue team is going to get on the board.
Yep, Raigunda's doing down signatures. He's the best player in the world.
Follow up.
Oh, okay. That was
Okay.
never mind. That was a little bit questionable.
Best player in the world, you say?
That was a little bit of a questionable move, but Ket was able to take that one in the end. 611 damage, fantastic. I'm looking forward to seeing the orb damage that he did. A lot of it was on Cheeseface, man. He really did a great job soloing Cheeseface on the right side.
Yeah, Cheeseface got shot out of this one. 261 damage put out from Cheeseface. A little bit of a wonky follow-up there from Raigundas, but you know what? They had 3 stocks to the red stock of Shadow, so you know what? You can throw out some goof. There you're seeing those damage numbers. 438 on the orb.
See if anything changes this game. Man, Cheeseface was kind of not a big activity man that game. I don't even know what to call him. He didn't do very much whatsoever. Only did 261 damage. Straight up got soloed by Ket.
Yeah, Ket, honestly, okay, so it's really hard to describe in the moment, but Ket did that so well, right? They had the sandwich on Shadow, but rather than hard focus on that, you had Raigundas up in Shadow's face, and Ket was just boxing out Cheeseface, would turn around, hit Shadow, but his primary goal was just box out Cheeseface, keep Cheeseface out of the fight, and they played that so perfectly.
Really thinking hard on this stage banning going on.
Tough.
Crystal Temple, Shipwreck Falls, and Miami Dome left on the board. And you can see why they chose to ban out Mammoth Fortress and force a soft platform map. Raigundas and Ket then had the choice on this one, and we'll see where we're going.
Going to be Miami Dome for game number 4. Again, Shadow and Cheeseface still on their point, right? They could win this set if they can get through this. All they need to do is win one more game, but again, Raigundas, you're seeing he's going to play the first 20 seconds of this match without picking up a weapon. All right, he gets a hammer.
Red team's sort of holding the middle ground, keeping the blue team a little bit split from one another, one on the left, one on the right. Now they're sort of regrouped, but they're having a little bit of a hard time staying together. No real momentum whatsoever for the blue team so far. The same cannot be said about the red team. A lot of damage has been done to Ket this game.
Unfortunate weapon toss there. Ket was trying to position for the follow-up, and a nice end sig. Red team with a big lead as the blue team just taking so much damage in.
Raigundas might be taken out shortly. Shadow's hunting for it. See if you can get the edge guard here to take out Shadow. Oh, that actually got Raigundas.
Yeah, just the backswing actually taking out Raigundas. Red team both with their first stocks. The Nair's not going to do it. Miami Dome, very high ceiling map. You saw Ket try to follow up off that downlight. Side air. Okay, they'll get one. Nice interrupt from Raigundas. Great positioning. You saw Shadow was kind of hard focused on Ket.
You saw those hits coming out and all of the noises that were coming from it. I was a little bit worried that he was going to continue that lance pressure up, but Ket was still able to find the option there.
But man, Raigundas is bleeding out here. Got to be careful. Trying to play this edge guard a little bit. Ket in the 1v2. Raigundas gets back up, but a side air, a recovery, and now Raigundas is on final stock here in game number 4.
Cheeseface helping out the juggle. Oh, the backside. The little ghost man got it. He rarely finds KOs.
Dude, second guy can be so tricky because you're always expecting the first shot. Maybe not the second. Nice follow-up from Raigundas. Recovery. Blue team's still alive.
Yo, are they going to turn this one around? Are we going to get a game 5 situation? That would be insane.
They need to turn it around here, but all eyes on Raigundas. Target on his back as he is the most damaged person on the screen.
Shadow didn't have a weapon for a little while after he spawned in. They weren't able to find too much damage, but Ket is actually finding a little bit of damage on a Raigundas, which is basically the worst thing that could kind of happen right now, as he's the most damaged. Oh no, might be taken out shortly. Oh, he's got to be so careful doing that.
He just spot dodged in the middle of a hurricane, but he's still alive for now. Side air connects, chasing down Cheeseface. He's playing hyper aggressive for it, but Cheeseface gets the turnaround. It's all on Ket. Can he keep his team alive?
Trying to play in between both members of the red team. They have 2 axes on the board. This is going to be tough. The juggle game coming up. Finds 1 hit, finds 2 hits. It's going to split up the team a little bit. That's going to put him in a nice space, but having to use 2 hits for that means Cheeseface finds the easy nair for the punishment. Hammer coming out. If he gets a nice juicy side air onto Shadow, he's doing a great job splitting them up. Is he going to hit this 1v2?
He's so close to doing it, but
Oh.
he puts it all on the side sig. He's going to get one. Cheeseface versus Ket in the 1v1, and he gets it!
My gosh, he just did that. Putting the team on his back to secure that one, giving us a Game 5 situation.
Says Ket's the move in his clan tag, and Ket's was moving as he got the 1v2 to take it to Game 5. And man, I thought he was done for when he missed that side sig. I thought he had just thrown it.
Ket might be the move, but more importantly right now, Ket is certainly the groove. And he has found his groove. Good work from Ket to really secure that one. Kind of being the only player here that we're not necessarily super familiar with. We're a little bit more familiar with Raigundas, though we do know him from Inimitech back in the day. Look at some of those damage numbers coming up. Man, before that went away, Shadow and Cheeseface did 209 team damage to one another.
I mean, Miami Dome can feel very compressed. That's like the exact opposite of what happened in the last one, where they were kind of stacking up a lot and putting that damage onto each other. But at the end of the day, I don't think that was the big defining thing. I just think Ket really played that 2v1 well, because all things considered, Shadow and Cheeseface, they had the damage, they had the health, and Ket was getting those swings and not getting punished. And I love that he showed he can do the orb play right in the last game, and this game 324 damage put out with the hammer. So he's clearly not just a weapon one trick the way that, like, no offense to Cheeseface, he's putting out great damage with the axe, but it's definitely a very big axe game coming up.
And it seems like they need a little bit of a moment of pause before we actually get into the next one. We are going into our Game 5 situation, and looking at that, man, look at that damage. Even though they did more damage, it didn't matter. Look at that. Look at the difference in team damage. I do think that's huge. 209 compared to 44. Think about how much damage 209 really is. That's more than a stock on either person. That's huge. I think that might have set them up for Ket to play that final situation really well because of all the extra damage that he didn't have to do.
Yeah, that's definitely rough, especially because, like, on one person, that's a stock. On two people, you average it out to about 104.5, right, to each person, and that's still somebody getting close to KO percent. That's orange bare minimum.
That's two players in orange,
So, like,
which if you're going into the 1v2 with two players in orange, look, it could be a lot worse.
Yeah, that's definitely, like, it's definitely a doable situation, and got to give credit to Ket for playing that really well, but we'll see how well it works out as we get into game number 5. Which team is going to be the one to go into the losers final and podium here at the World Championship for Australia?
Going back over here to the dome, Raigunda's able to grab a weapon again early this game. He's swinging out big, putting out some damage on the Shadow.
Nice pickup from Ket, but then he immediately puts out some damage onto Raigundas. Again, we've seen how bad oh my god, the down sig, the ground pound. Raigundas is going to live, and it's going to be Cheeseface who takes out the teammate with the weapon toss, the opposite of what happened in game 1.
Raigundas and Ket setting them up to push past even more than what they've already pushed past their previous placements. Previous tournament 5th place, now they find themselves in 4th, could easily be finding themselves in 3rd, but Shadow and Cheeseface are not going to let them get there without a fight. It's now dead even though Shadow went down super early. He's taking some damage here, getting juggled by the blue team, especially that hammer from Raigundas.
Ooh, gravity cancel downlight does connect from Raigundas, but unfortunately hit Shadow a little awkward, couldn't get the follow-up side air. Cheeseface gonna take down Ket. Lots of people getting damaged, but you gotta give credit to Cheeseface being the only one still on the first stock. Shadow's on his last, though.
You got two hammers that you're staring at if you're Cheeseface right now. He tried to perk a pivot that down air, didn't quite find it. His Cheeseface was just a little bit too low.
Okay.
He's sort of hovering around that left side. Maybe Shadow moving in for a little bit of a focus onto Ket. He takes about 3 hits, but he's still in a pretty good spot on the second stock. Man, Cheeseface, if he's not able to really get in this game, you see him over on the left wall, it's like he's focusing on his survivability, but that's taking him out of a lot of these fights, and he's not doing very much.
Yeah, he's definitely, like, he recognizes the situation. Shadow's on his final stock, and Cheeseface has to start preparing for maybe a 1v2 or a late 1v1, but at the same time, he's not present while he's still on this first stock. He's just sitting there, breathing, hoping that he can at least get some damage here and there. Shadow taking a lot, though. D-Light down there. Shadow's getting close to that KO percent.
There you go. You see Cheeseface move in. Ket puts out a lot of damage on him. Then he moves out a little bit, moves back in, takes 2 bits of damage from both members of the blue team. A nice follow-up from them. Shadow getting into the red. Very close. Might be taking out here another hammer side air. The weapon toss goes a little bit wide. Cheeseface doing what he can to zone away both members of the blue team. Shadow trying to hold on while Cheeseface is on his second stock, hoping they can take one of the blue team members out or at least get them really deep into that KO damage. So Cheeseface can fight the 1v2, pick up one stock, and then he's in the 1v1.
Yeah, Shadow's playing like a trapdoor spider right now. He's sitting in his little hole, waiting for his opportunities to come out, grab something, but Raigundas goes in, gets the recovery. Shadow can get back up. Cheeseface going to help him out, but Shadow on last legs here. Deep red, a sidelight side air could be the finisher. Still alive for now.
Seems like Raigundas and Ket are having trouble closing this one out. Doesn't even attempt the third hit off of that. No side air, no down air, nothing.
Cross-wired here. A lot of people could fall soon. Raigunda's getting into the red. Shadow still living on this final stock here. Who's the first one to go down on it?
Someone has to KO Shadow. Finally the side air, but Cheeseface is not in a bad spot. He goes for the neutral sig instead of the down signature. Oh no, Raigundas. That's going to give Cheeseface a little bit more breathing room. Both members of the blue team a little bit scared on how to play this one. Cheeseface does have the bow in hand. Oh, he goes for the D-Light side air. The recovery would put him into a lot of frames.
Yeah, he went for the thing that was the shortest. Running out of hope here. Everybody in the red. One side air could be the thing to change the situation, and Ket and Raigundas close it out in game number 5. The comeback from Ket and Raigundas.
It was looking a little bit scary for all the Ket and Raigundas fans out there. It was seeming like they weren't going to be able to close this one out. All of the 2v2 experience that Cheeseface and Shadow have deeper in the bracket over a team like Ket and Raigundas, it was looking like they were crumbling, but they were still able to bring it back just at the last second. So much damage was added up to basically everybody in the game on their final stocks.
And you're seeing like Shadow and Cheeseface did less team damage in this one, but you gotta rewind to that first stock where the weapon toss from Cheeseface unfortunately bonked Shadow, exhausted the options, and Shadow lost that stock. You gotta give credit to Shadow for living for so long on that final stock, but still that initial weapon toss just put them behind.
So Ket and Raigundas will push further into the bracket. Each set that they move on past is a major milestone moment for them as a team. They hold that momentum with them. We'll see if they can bring that into Goddess and Amaze, who are just right off the heels of getting 3-0'd by Doggo and Elsem in the winners finals. We now have our top 3 figured out. Either first or second will be Doggo and Elsem. Then in the losers finals, we have Goddess and Amaze versus Ket and Raigundas.
One person is going to be getting that, or sorry, one team is going to be getting that bronze medal. But right now, Sparky, I'm upset because I would have loved to see that last set be played in person. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wanted to see their reaction after that win. Because you got to believe, after Ket won the 1v2, like, Raigundas would have pat him on the back, like, shook him like a thing that you shake.
Which is not a baby, just so everybody at home knows.
I didn't say that.
You don't do that to a baby.
I didn't say that.
If there's, like, many things that you don't shake, I'm thinking top 2 is, like, 1 is a baby for sure. 2 is like a can of Sody Pop. You can think about a number 3, but definitely a baby and Sody Pop are 2 things that you do not shake.
It didn't shake them like a baby, I'll say that much. But, like, oh man, that would have been so amazing to have seen in person. Unfortunately, we're still here online playing it out in Australia, but Ket and Raigundas, like, way to clutch up and hold on and go into this losers bracket. They're going to take a little bit of a breather, but we're still waiting on Goddess and Amaze. Actually, no,
Yeah, they're ready to go. What we're waiting on is Ket and Raigundas after that breather. I'm going to look at Twitter right now. If you want to get involved on Twitter, make sure to hashtag BH Esports. I'm going to look at both Ket and Raigundas' Twitter to see if they said anything on that right after. It's probably a no. It might be a no. It's looking like a no.
Probably not. I think emotionally there were some expletives stated on many sides on that one, but maybe not confident enough to put it out on the socials. Honestly, though, hey, for you players out, start building up that presence. Put out some tweets. Like, make sure they're good tweets, but, like, you know, give me a reason to follow you.
From Goddess and Amaze just yet. Goddess I'm looking at right now. Really nothing important specifically about the game. Okay. Not really giving us much to work with here.
Well, I mean, it's Australia, right? Like, their tweets come in upside down. So it's a little harder. The internet has to figure out how to reverse those.
Nothing from Amaze either. So that was a big swing and a miss. But we do see a tweet from Kyler Alice. Thank you, sir. The
That's
boys,
Kyler Alice.
Inimitech and Raigundas, of course, that's Ket and Raigundas, win today. That's a bold take, a very bold take from the player who was beaten by Tech and Raigundas. So maybe he has the inside track. I don't know if they have the chance to go that far.
I would love to see them run up against Doggo and Elsum, partly because we already saw Goddess and Amaze run up against Doggo and Elsum, but partly because I think it'll just be a lights-out match when it runs out. But that's not to discount Goddess and Amaze. I love Goddess and Amaze. I want the best for Goddess and Amaze. I just want somehow some magical world where I also get to see Ket and Raigundas play.
We do also have Frydazol out there. Shouts out to Frydazol from EU. They're rooting for their boys, Shadow and Cheeseface, all the way from Europe. So we do have some love for basically like all of the teams that are in the tournament today. Unfortunately, that rooting was not strong enough. Now, if I was the one who said rooting for them, I would get called out for cursing them. But I don't think Frydazol is going to have the same reaction.
Yeah, I think part of it is because we didn't put Frydazol on a platform before he announced that he was rooting for them. Instead, he got to just slip that one out on social. But you know what? It's okay. That's the price you pay for being part of the pre.
Looks like we are still waiting on Ket and Raigundas to get into this one. I'm trying to think about anything we can tell everybody, the viewers at home out there. We also have Maggie Mind coming in with a clutch tweet to sort of give us at least something to talk about. Shadow and Cheeseface, we're doing a BCX watch party for you. You got this. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, 8:29 p.m. Maggie Mind. I hate to tell you this, but sorry.
You can't be happy for him for being like, I love, you know what, hey, you can, it's definitely a bit of a yikes, but at the same time, I love the support that's coming out. Because at the end of the day, right, like we all, competitors, watchers, whatnot, we have a love for the game. And it's cool to see that love start to go international. Because it wasn't always that the North Americans, the Europeans, the South Americans, the Southeast Asians, or the Australians would watch other regions, specifically Australia and Southeast Asia. It wasn't always that you would see those people come out and pick people to root for. So I kind of love the fact that even though, you know what, they picked wrong, it happens. I've been there. Sparky's been there a lot of times. But it's awesome that they're coming out and they're picking people to root for and they're cheering on them. And I love to see that. And if y'all, again, at home, have people that you want to root for, hashtag BH Esports, I love seeing that kind of stuff. Even if it's something stupid, even if it's just the smallest tweet, is like hashtag BH Esports, I love Amaze. Great. I want to see.
And if you call someone out that you're rooting for and it doesn't go well, I'll make fun of you live on stream. And we love that. Everybody's a big fan of that. That is a segment that the people at home absolutely adore. Everyone in Twitch chat goes crazy for it. They go, yay, and they like people cheer and poggers and poggies and poggies too. You know, all kinds of those.
You know what we need for you is a post BCX stream where you get to pull up all the tweets of people who were wrong, and you get to that's your segment. You get to just be like, look at this tweet from Elsum talking about Animatech and Raigundas, saying that they're eating the worms and losing.
Except everybody is a coward and doesn't actually put their predictions on Twitter. So we need to see that more. That would be great. I want to have a nice little a bag of tricks to pull from to see that. But we don't have to talk anymore. We don't have to waste any time anymore because we're getting into the losers finals here, and we're seeing this Vector come out. That's what I wanted to see from Amaze. That's what I wanted to see her on. After that, Azoth kind of didn't work.
I don't think the Azoth was necessarily the trouble point. Honestly, it's hard to pinpoint where Goddess and Amaze were struggling because Doggo and Elsum were just that dominant. But we're going to get right on into game number 1 of the Losers Final. Winner of this goes into the Grand Finals. Loser of this is going to be going home with a bronze medal at the World Championship. Can't beat it.
3, 2, 1,
And we are going into Mammoth Fortress here. No Miami Dome, at least so far in this set. And both players of the blue team grab a weapon. That was something that Raigundas was really struggling with in the previous games, at least early on in the last set that we saw. It's going to be 2 hammers coming out. Now everybody does have a weapon in this game. Ket starting off. You saw he picked up like the 2 hit of the early on Russian Mafia. At least he went for the 3rd hit this time, and he hit it.
Yeah, I love the way he did it, too. It was very delayed. That time goes for it again. Didn't have the chase dodge on the follow-up off of the downlight. Amaze picks up both, trying to get the read there. Trying to cover all the options, but unfortunately didn't quite work out. Neutral Sig, Ket going to be the first one to fall.
I can tell you, I didn't even see that neutral sig coming out from Goddess because I was too focused on Amaze charging up that signature like all the way. So I don't know if that was part of the plan, but my attention was completely away from Goddess on that. If I was Ket there, I would have gotten hit by that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a giant rocket airplane flying in the sky, so it's definitely going to be a bit distracting at the very least. So far, both red team members and Raigundas all in the red. Amaze gets back up as Goddess takes down Raigundas on the right side. Team opportunity, but Ket gets a weapon toss.
That was definitely off the back of Goddess hitting Amaze with that down air, getting a little bit too overzealous with the edge guard there, sort of tunnel visioning on Ket and actually leading to a KO, and actually pretty an easy KO as well with the weapon toss. Didn't require too much from Ket.
That's one of the reasons why you'll see people not want to challenge in those 1v2s off stage. It's just that risk of putting your teammate into a bad spot and turning it into a 1v1 at the end of the game. But we're still seeing Ket take the brunt of the damage. Amaze going for the N-Sig again.
Amaze kind of playing in the middle now, moving over to the left side. Does find a nice side air, completely overspacing the sidelight that came out from Ket. We have a pretty even game, but Ket really starting to take some damage. Could put him in a rough spot. But also Amaze, same thing for Amaze, and actually Goddess as well. Everybody really starting to take a lot of damage except Raigundas on this final stock. Look where that killed from, Duke. That signature like never hits, but when it does, oh my goodness, it has so much force.
I love the way they positioned for that, where they had Ket on the ground, Raigundas up top. Ket actually takes out Goddess on the right side. But at the same time, man, that down sig was such an odd option. It worked out, led to the KO, but still, blue team with the lead. Raigundas very healthy on the second stock. Combo, oh, they're too close.
Amaze kind of in the middle, figuring out where she fits into this very chaotic puzzle. Throwing out a lot of moves. Very few of them are finding a hit right now. Oh, Raigundas isn't able to punish that down air that landed right in front of him.
Oh.
Bro,
Gaz's got to be careful about these. She has not hit a single one.
He's straight up throwing so many bears right on the stage. Who is this, Lil Cap?
I mean, that's definitely a popular sig of the hammer boat bars out there. Ooh, they stack up. Goddess and Amaze, though. Deep red. Raigundas still has another stock behind this. Goddess is going to hit the side sig on the back of him. But Ket gets taken out. Does the red team have the team combo?
They're already starting it. Unfortunately, a little bit of team damage comes out from Goddess onto Amaze. That neutral air. One more of those has to do it. Raigundas is searching for it. See if they can clean this one up on Amaze. There's the side air. That's going to definitely KO. So much damage had been put out. But if you look at the numbers, they aren't like, wow, you took that much damage to KO the other team. It was like 567 and then a mid 400s. So definitely not bad whatsoever.
It was actually Amaze who lived the longest there, putting out the Devil's number in terms of damage. But unfortunately, it just was not enough. You got to give credit to Raigundas, who took the least damage in terms of like overall stock.
Now we're going to be getting into this next one. No character swap from Amaze back onto the Azoth that we saw previously. She wants to stick with the Vector. Looking at this, most of the weapon damage was on the Lance, not the bow. So swapping over to the Azoth might be a little bit of a questionable decision unless she just really believes in the axe.
Oh, snap. Okay. Fortunate for the red team, Ket was throwing out a neutralite, so he just wasn't in position for the follow-up there, but that could have been a really dangerous spot for the red team.
Neutralite coming out. Amaze, hoping to extend it. Hit two dares, even goes for the weapon toss. Even the unarmed dare as the attempt. Raigundas is going to fall.
Ket, though, Gonna try to make up for it, try to put some damage out. Amaze is taking a decent amount of damage here. The side air, Amaze doesn't have the horizontal movement that a Lance would bring, but Goddess is there for the reprieve, letting Amaze get that wall touch to reset the jumps. Oh, Raigundas with the turnaround, and Amaze gets the wall touch again. The longer walls of the 2v2 version of Mammoth Fortress.
Goddess wants this KO onto Raigundas. In comes Ket, and you see Raigundas completely dip out of the area, keeping himself safe there. Ket now sights turned on Goddess, gets the KO, a successful edge guard. That's going to be really helpful for this blue team, even though Raigundas is taking a lot of damage. Might extend the string now. Huge work onto Goddess early on her second stock.
The Goddess is able to pick up the neutral sig. Raigundas went for some style there. Had the, ooh, that's an orb ground pound to the head. That is a KO, and Raigundas now down to his final stock, looking like a reverse from game one.
I think Raigundas saw the down air from Goddess come out, was like, okay, I'm at least safe for a little bit. I'll be able to see that move coming in. And by the time that thought finished, Goddess was already coming in with the orb ground pound, even though Raigundas had a hammer.
Yep, those electrical signals traveling through the brain maybe took a little bit of a detour, and unfortunately, the ground pound did connect. But still, this is definitely doable for the blue team. Both red team members in that KO percent as Goddess gets taken out on the right side. Amaze scared of the weapon toss. You saw the way she fast fell.
Double hammers now. Amaze kind of stuck out of the fight, unarmed, jumps high, grabs the weapon spawn as it comes. Really high in the middle. Neutral air is going to take her out, though. Next weapon that comes in is going to be the bow.
Goddess very patiently waiting for Amaze to respawn. Good interrupt there from Amaze, keeping Goddess from getting launched into that neutral signature from Ket, but red team needs to take down Raigundas. That's their opportunity to get the 1v2 against Ket. Down sig to punish the down sig from Ket.
That side air, man, pushes Goddess further and further over on the left side, even closer and closer to actual death and being taken out of this game. It's going to be a rough spot. Goddess not enough just yet. Gets the neutral air, moves back over, hopes to catch Raigundas with the neutral signature. Not even close. Team damage actually catches Goddess out of the D-Sig.
The teleports can't communicate that to Amaze, unfortunately. The side air will take down Ket. They need to get this KO on Raigundas. He's burning a lot, but they back off. They let him get back up safely.
Raigundas was waiting for them to push that. You saw how late he saved that recovery. Only used it at that last moment because he knew he was totally safe. Nobody could get in there in time to actually put pressure.
Oh, good interrupt.
The interruption. You saw Raigundas was ready to find the hammer side air to end that stock from Goddess off of the side air from Ket. So good save for Amaze.
Yeah, Amaze is keeping Goddess alive right now, but will it be enough? Ket almost takes out the teammate. Nice follow-up from Goddess. Doesn't hit the down air. Ground pound thrown out. Raigundas swinging. Takes down Goddess, and it's all left to Amaze in the 1v2.
Amaze. Oh! Little bit of a whiff there from Raigundas. Nice down air from Ket, picking that one up really high in the air. Definitely a KO off the top. Ket really leveling up here. Look at the damage, 534, 4 KOs as well. On the other side, even though Raigundas is only picking up 2 KOs, still 491 damage, more damage than either player on the red team. So nobody on the blue team is dropping the ball whatsoever.
Really well done from the blue team, showing why there's some talk by Elsem in particular that Raigundas and Enematech. I think what he said is good words. Is eating the word, like, I don't think eating the worms is a good thing, but like it's a good
it's definitely gross. I think we can all agree that it's definitely gross.
Like, I'm definitely not like going out and finding the worm eaters to be friends with personally.
Hey, yo, any worm eaters out there? Hit me up.
Where are my worm eaters at? But man, here we go. Game number 3. Ket and Raigundas getting ready to go into the grand finals. Goddess and Amaze. Small swap as Amaze makes it over to the Azoth, but Goddess is still sticking with the Petra.
Didn't see the swap game 1. Didn't see the swap game 2. It's now game 3, and Amaze has to pull the emergency Azoth ripcord. It's working so far. Amaze is taking next to no damage whatsoever. Compare that to all the damage Ket and Raigundas have taken. Woo! Nice start for Red.
Big uppercuts. Uppercut after uppercut coming out from Goddess. Some great follow-ups as well coming out from the red team. The swap over to the Azoth, like you said, doing very well for this red team.
See if they can close these first stocks out from both members of the blue team without taking too much more damage. Raigundas looking for the D-Sig. It's not going to kill just yet. Nice punish there from Maze. Picks up the D-Light into the recovery for the KO. Ket over on the wall.
Ooh, the neutral light will connect and finish off Raigundas. Gonna try to make up for it, trying to get that trade out, but both red team members far enough away that Raigundas can't get the immediate KO.
Amaze is going to dip out knowing she's very damaged, doesn't want to fight that edge guard situation with Raigundas. Oh, he drops the D-Light side air. Tough spot for Raigundas. Weapon toss goes high. He's without a weapon.
Okay.
He cues up the long ground pound, riding along that wall. Amaze comes into the wall. No iframes when she touches, and she's dead.
Yeah, good recognition of Raigundas. Amaze was making the long road, so had to burn a lot of tools to get there, and unfortunately just didn't have enough to avoid it. The follow-up from the teammate, but it's not going to save, unfortunately. Goddess going to fall, but still lead to the red team. Both blue team members marching towards KO %.
Amaze with an axe, just has to find a side air. That neutral light almost sending off screen. If Amaze can find a side air that doesn't bounce off the stage, she might be able to get this stock, but now she's starting to take damage. The follow-up from Raigundas just barely misses. Sidelight neutral air not going to be the KO option. Ket now coming in. The neutral light from the wrong side of the stage.
She hit it
up
finally.
The blue team at least gets the KO on Raigundas.
She finally connects with the down sig to finish off Raigundas. Ket, though, still living on the second stock. Red team, the side air, is that going to be enough? Yes, Ket will fall. Raigundas again forced to try to trade it out, but he just can't.
The sidelight came out, but no immediate follow-up from Amaze. She knew she picked up Goddess in that one. Didn't want to put any more damage onto her teammate. Put her into a rough situation that could lead to the KO when they're both... Oh, that's definitely KO, and that is a Bodvar classic from way back in the day. I haven't seen one of those, in many years.
Yeah, that was like, oh, we can slide charge, we can turn around slide charge, let me do this reversal sig. And then people started to get really good at reading it out and then punishing it, but clearly Raigundas and a Bodvar specialist knowing the sigs. Ket's got to be careful though, as he's the most damaged person on the screen.
A little bit of team damage. Ket's able to follow up off of that one as well.
Nice follow-up from Amaze.
Raigundas in the 1v2. That sig was charged up. Raigundas too afraid to try to edge guard that. Oh, he grabs it again. The interrupt, though.
Great interrupts from Amaze. Goddess goes in with the neutral light. Weapon toss connects onto Raigundas. Down sig not going to do it, but still, they're just covering this corner. Raigundas bleeding out, and that's gonna be a game for Goddess and Amaze.
Wow, big swap from Amaze going over to the Azoth, and it was at the right place at the right time. 676 damage. That was a fantastic follow-up there with the axe side air. Look at this coverage. Boom, gets grabbed, immediate interrupt. D-Light recovery. Look at this coverage.
Yeah, there's just so much coverage on that corner from this red team. That D-Light to interrupt, like, it was amazing, but it's even more amazing that it didn't hit the team. Right, like they're stacked up, and usually you do it because it's like, okay, I don't care it hits because I'd rather not let my teammate get launched. But the fact that it only hit Raigundas, that's just like icing on that.
And you see off of that swap, Amaze putting out 387 damage on the axe. Still actually picked up some really good bow damage as well. So definitely a more even spread compared to the Vector that she was playing previously, and good numbers really on both of them.
Yeah, definitely a good idea to make the swap over to the Azoth, something that you were originally critical of, but you know what? She's showing why she picked up the Azoth for the... Oh, this is a rough start for the red team, though, as neither one of them picks up a weapon.
Amaze grabs one. It is going to be the bow first. Goddess, not afraid to go unarmed against Raigundas' hammer. Swipes that one out of the air. It's going to be the gauntlets coming out for Goddess. Everybody now has a weapon. Raigundas actually disarming himself. Unfortunately, that soft platform was there to catch the weapon, keep him from it, but he does pick up a sword pretty quickly.
But meanwhile, Ket's been doing a really good job of boxing out Goddess, getting great damage built up onto her every time she moves forward, trying to get back into the fight. Raigundas long range with that neutral light. Oh, little bit of a team damage there from Goddess.
Oh, Amaze taking a lot of damage here. Both members of the red team sent flying to the left side. Raigundas hits the ground pound. It's going to be the first stock. The blue team hoping to clean this one up on Amaze as well. They didn't quite get it right away. They're looking for it, though.
Both blue team members, though, and a decent amount of damage here. Amaze just off the mark with the follow-up of the down sig. Gonna launch, can't quite punish the neutral air. Goddess hits the sidelight side air. All right, stock count evened up. Follow-up opportunity, but Amaze wasn't ready for it.
She has been a little bit slow in a few follow-ups this game especially, but she does continue to chase them right after that because they are in the power position. So she does really make up for it often.
Yeah, I really liked that unarmed grab cancel neutral heavy. Unfortunately, Ket still had plenty of jumps, and all things considered, everything evened up at this point. But Goddess taking a fair amount of damage.
Really just a lot of pure chaos. No real lead building, except again, Goddess is taking just a little bit more damage than everyone else, like you said. That continues to remain true. She does find a nice two-piece. Ket already throwing out some of those Thor signatures. Not going to be really a KO option or put anybody in a power position just yet. But still, a lot of zone coverage on it. Neutral sig from Goddess. Kind of sent Ket flying there.
Seeing Goddess start to play that kind of back position, right? Amaze is going in, being that initial starter, and Goddess is trying to get those follow-ups. That neutral light caught Amaze? That hit so high. Recovery, and Ket is going to fall to the end sig from Goddess. The uppercut's just too much for this Thor.
The weapon toss disarmed Amaze. She didn't actually choose to really go back down there after that. Neither did Goddess. She just waited right on that corner, picked up a nice neutral light as Raigundus came shortly over that corner. So really good work from that team to not put themselves in a precarious position because they are so red. Something, even really any move down there could put you at a huge disadvantage leading to the KO because they're so red.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get launched further the more your health bar gets darker. Of course, that makes it very dangerous. But both red team members in the red. If the blue team finds a hit with their hammers, could be the evener. There's one.
Ooh, the weapon toss. Not quite. You did see the dodge come out. Not sure if the weapon toss would have hit without that. It would have been close. Goddess unarmed, looking for the spawn. Oh, she gets hit with the side signature from Ket. That's going to take her out. Now she's going to have to wait for the weapon spot to come in as Amaze is getting 2v1'd by the blue team.
Great power play from the blue team to steal back this lead. Now Amaze is going to be playing scared for the rest of this game, number 4, and that's something you can't afford.
Yo,
nice
Goddess.
follow-up from Amaze, though, off of Goddess to set up.
She was going back and forth. Nice target swapping from Goddess on this one. Ket and Raigundus hoping they can take out Amaze. That is really their win condition here because both members of the red team are in the fold. It's not like they can just zone Amaze out and then focus on Goddess to get her into the red. Win condition is definitely looking at Amaze right now.
Oh, but Goddess, Amaze is going to take the down sig. Goddess almost had the recovery. The side air is not going to be enough. Can't even chase dodge down in time as Ket catches her landing. And Raigundus and Ket, all they have to do is take out Goddess, and they're going to the grand finals. That was a lot of movement burned. That's 3 exclamation points. She can't get up, and Raigundus gets it.
Immediately stomped down. Raigundus knew the position that he was in. He was just waiting for it. You saw like right on the back of, I believe, Ket hit Goddess over really far to the right side, like sort of near Raigundus. But his game plan was just to completely get away from her, not go for the immediate follow-up because he focused on major stage control, weapon control, stage control, all of that control. You didn't really see them go off stage heavily once they had that stage control because they knew that Goddess had to go onto the main platform. And she tried to wait it out as long as she could. It was a war of attrition for both sides. And in that case, Raigundus and Ket are going to win that war basically every single time.
Great recognition that she burning the candle at both ends, and she just ran out of everything. All the exclamation points, and you saw how her character didn't change colors, right? Normally you get the wall touch and your character gets all their jumps back. But when those 3 exclamation points hit, until you touch back down on the ground, you're getting no jumps back. And great capitalization. And again, great capitalization on the power play, right? Like that's what put them into that position to clean up everything, was they got that brief 2v1 on Amaze and they just took that lead and held on.
And we have Ket and Raigundus versus Doggo and Elsem. I would not have seen that one coming. Who sent Ket and Raigundus down again?
Doggo
I forgot. It was Doggo and Elsem? Okay, well, we get to see this again. Well, really, we get to see this for the first time.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Ket and Raigundus, the last time this happened, it was a 3-0. Doggo and Elsem have yet to lose a game today. And while I love to say, you know what, take the little victory, win one game and good. This is the World Championship. You want all the victory. You want that reset and the second 5. And we'll see if they can do it as we're going to get ready to get into the grand finals. Doggo and Elsem with the Taros and Bryn.
Now, if you look at what Ket and Raigundas did on the loser side of the bracket in top 8, it was a 3-1, then it was a 3-1. That one was over Kyler, Allison, Dummy. Then they ran into a Game 5 situation against Shadow and Cheeseface. Usually when that happens, you think, oh, the next opponent that they come up against, it'll at least be a Game 5 situation if they don't end up losing. But they actually brought it back, and it's again a 3-1. So they're continuing the momentum, not really getting caught by too many of these speed bumps. We'll see if they can hold that going into this set here. Definitely humble beginnings for Ket and Raigundas compared to Doggo and Elsem.
I mean, bare minimum, looking at the PRs, right. The #1 PR 2v2 team in Australia versus double-digit boys, PR 13 and PR 11. Great day for Ket and Raigundas. We'll see if it can be the best day ever. As we're in game #1, Raigundas and Ket. Raigundas does get a spawn weapon, but Elsem and Doggo both got their own.
Now, one thing I am really worried about as a now Ket and Raigundas fan is, man, you're looking at 2 axes from 2 very strong axe players, one of which is a Teros, the other one who also has really hard-hitting signatures, like that one right there, man. That signature, people have been using that so well for like months now on the Brent pick.
And then on the other side, one thing I'm worried about is these edge guards from Raigundas. It's such a volatile thing, but Raigundas clearly wanting to play those edge guards, and I'm not sure if it'll work against this red team, as already stocks fly in red team take the initial stocks. And look at Elsem's health. He's so healthy. That's unfair healthy.
Definitely a very tough game 1. They do get the follow-up there. Actually bought kind of both members of the red team into the red very quickly. We'll see if they can close it out. That is something that they might have struggled with sometimes. Doesn't struggle with it here. Kind of drops that 2v1 combo. I think they didn't expect Doggo to fly that.
Ket!
Oh, no.
Raigundas! Okay, he gets the reset over to the left side, but Ket lost that second stock so fast in the edge guard.
It's like Ket's pocket got cut and spaghetti just started falling out of it. Dripping down his pants leg. Man, that was a rough spot for Ket to be in.
Put it in your pockets?
Well, I mean, some people do.
No, but like, you're the one who brought the announcement.
I mean, it's Ket's spaghetti. I don't know why you're getting on my back about it.
All right, well, I didn't know he keeps it in the pocket, but left side pocket weapon toss from Doggo is going to take down Elsem. Suddenly things looking all right for the blue team. Raigundas from deep, trying to keep Ket alive. Ket with the recovery, but Elsem comes in. Ket running out of movement, still gets up. They're all fighting, and nobody's going to fall.
Neutral Sig actually grabbed Elsem out of the way there. Elsem still without a weapon. Actually, both members of the red team, but they do still mostly have stage control. Nice side air. It's going to split the team, and Elsem is never going to drop that one. Had the perfect timing on it.
That's the dodge. Dodging. Going for the follow-up there off the weapon toss. Ket's running out of options here. Elsem on the right side. Raigundas can't save him. Ket gets a wall touch, but immediately launched. Ket still living on this right side, but that might be the doer. Oh, the down air from deep in. Ket still living.
Almost KO'd. Yeah, that down air from Raigundas is going to take out Doggo. Ket, there are very few moves in this game that he can take and still live. A neutral air and that weapon toss are apparently one of them.
Yep. Ket still somehow surviving for so incredibly long. Like, we know it's a Thor high defense legend, but this is longer than normal. The down air will finally do it, and Raigundas has to 1v2.
Elsem actually dropping the side air. Raigundas was, I guess, a little bit too low for where Elsem expected.
Oh.
Nice edge guard starting this one off. Even with the teammate weapon toss head bonk, still finds the down air. That game's going towards Doggo and Elsem. I think they're just too good on this one. They have so much experience this deep in the bracket.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're showing why they're the #1 PR team, but still, Doggo and Elsem, they had some moments where it could have gone the way of the blue team. There's definitely some hope and some opportunities, but unfortunately, Ket just took a lot of damage on that third stock, and it just wasn't able to be effective to fell into that. When you're seeing only 783 damage put out overall from this team of Ket and Raigundas.
Now, if you were like one player in a team of 2v2 putting out 783 damage, you might get a big pat on the back. But when you are 2 players putting that out, that is not a great number. That is 390-ish averaged under 400 for both members of the team. So it's definitely a rough spot. When you're playing against Doggo and Elsem, everything's got to be on.
Doggo and Elsem, they're just such a strong team. Look at that. Oh my god. Elsem was able to follow up off the side air from Doggo as well. Ket already deep red. One of those weapon tosses could have done it, but the side light side air. Elsem trying to get the double. Baits out the dodge. Ket stays low enough to avoid the downlight.
Ket still over on the edge. A little bit of a team weapon toss there. Gives Ket the room he needs to get back onto the main platform. There's the side light. Oh, goes for the recovery, but Ket stayed low.
Dodges from Ket to hold onto this stock, but still they're not getting any damage put out onto this red team. Finally, Elsem hits the down sig. Raigun does. Got to fight for his life there. You saw him sweat beating. He was running out of movement options.
I think the red team is basically in the same spot that they were last game, except the health kind of swapped. I think Doggo last time was the one who was barely hurt at all, and Elsem was a little bit more hurt. See them building up the damage here, but you got to look at Raigunda's second stock, basically the exact same health.
Okay.
Yo, gets the immediate ground pound there. Didn't get hit by the ground pound from Doggo and finds the KO.
Holding on for dear life. He needs to keep this second stock alive, but the side air from Elsem, which was targeting Ket, still, Raigunda's gonna live. Recovery. Raigunda's still living, but man, he's so close to death on this second stock. That'll do it.
Raigunda's final stock after getting taken off the top with a down air. Doggo gonna get the full wipe as well there, taking out Ket. Elsem still on first stock. How long has it been in the game? It's been now 2 minutes into the game, and Elsem is just falling.
Yeah, Elsem really showing that survivability. This red team's just got everything in their favor. Big damage, big follow-ups, plenty of health to play with, 2 stocks each. Like, this is going to be hard for the red team to lose.
Nice follow-up there. A little bit of team damage. Ket is going to capitalize on that. Also grab a down air onto Elsem. Man, the axe damage, they're just adding it up so quickly onto this blue team. Elsem and Ket over on the edge. Elsem is finding several hits. I think Ket has only found 1, but he's taken like 4 down airs from Elsem.
Okay, Ket gets the recovery. Can they finish off Elsem? Can they take this down to final stocks? But Raigundas eats the recovery. Elsem just going to play the edge guard. Raigundas running out of movement, still gets the wall touch.
Elsem is about to solo both members of the blue team in this edge guard.
But Doggo's still alive. You cannot ignore him as a ground pound gets both.
Elsem is so good on the edge. You could see that he wasn't focusing too much on either player at any given time. He would get a hit on one and be like, okay, now how can I move to the other one? That meant that at the end segment there, both Ket and Raigundas were very damaged, so that ground pound was huge. If he just focused onto Raigundas in that situation and throughout that edge guard, then Ket wouldn't have been nearly as damaged, so that might not lead to the KO situation. Going back and forth that extended edge guard, knowing where all of his movement options were, understanding the economy over there, incredible work.
I mean, that was a clinic. That was surgical the way Elsem was able to do that. And normally in these best of 5 situations, see the numbers get better, right? Will adapt and overcome. But Ket and Raigundas putting out 651 damage, and Ket gonna make the swap over to the Garnet for game number 3. Can they get a scratch on this team of Doggo and Elsem, or will Doggo and okay? What are these character picks? What a swap on win.
I think Doggo's in the What's the Move clan. I feel like at the end of last game, Doggo was like, hey, what's the move? And then Elsem said, fate.
I mean, Doggo has a fate, so it's not like that weird, but still a surprise to see here in the grand finals of the World Championship. Doggo and Elsem going to try to finish this off in style as they're already getting damage built up on the Raigundas, who made the swap over to the Koji.
That recovery bouncing off the stage as well.
Touches.
Ooh, nice downlight coverage from Doggo.
Oh, Ket with the turnaround. Doggo gets helped out. Can't get the nair again. Elsem with the saves. Elsem running out of movement. Doggo's going to fall. And
I thought he was going to join him.
Yeah, I thought he was like, all right, let's just do it.
Guys, I don't want to be left out. Mom said you have to bring me along.
Chasing after, screaming, shotgun, let me get in the car. Raigunda's only one still on the first stock after a very interesting start to game number 3, but Doggo and Elsum still healthy, still pretty. The down air takes out Raigunda's. An opportunity here. Ket can't hit the ground pound. Doggo hits the down air, and Ket's going to be down to his final stock.
So not only do we also have several character swaps going on, actually really everybody swapping their character, but we also have Shipwreck, which is a map we really haven't seen whatsoever tonight, nor from these teams.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the first time we've seen a map without a soft platform at all in this tournament between anyone, but ground pound from Raigunda's almost got the follow-up. That was almost clean as heck on that bow play. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the neutral air.
Raigunda's is definitely leveling up this game. Even though he and Ket are a full stock apart from one another, you can see a beautiful team wipe, one for each member of the blue team, as Doggo and Elsum are on their final stocks. Now you look at Raigunda's, he's probably not even halfway through the second stock, especially because we're on Shipwreck. It's going to take a serious edge guard if they want to take Raigunda's out anytime soon.
Yeah, but on the other side, Ket is running out of movement, just getting denied touch after touch. Ket still gets past, has a lot of horizontal movement with those gauntlets, but the second he gets disarmed on a weapon toss or on a hit, it's going to be trouble. And there's the end sig. It's all left to Raigunda's in the 1v2. Otherwise, Doggo and Elsum are going to win the World Championship for Australia without losing a game, Sparky.
Let's see what Elsum and Doggo's 1v2 looks like with the double fate. That's something we haven't really seen anything from. Ooh, that was close.
Okay, yep. Nice weapon tosses. Just, again, great coverage coming out from Doggo and Elsum. And final stock here for Raigunda's.
This is looking like an Elsum and Doggo gold medal. That's kind of been the trend all year long. We'll see if that continues in the World Championship. I believe we all expect it to. Raigunda's an incredible showing today, but it's just not going to be enough. That was a really close option with the neutral signature. Almost picking that one up. Doggo's out of the game. Imagine!
Okay. Can they get one on the board? Can they at least stop Elsum and Doggo from 3-0ing through the entire tournament? Raigunda's?
He's definitely ahead here.
Okay.
Pushing over to the edge guard situation, being very careful. Didn't want to get caught by the neutral air. Weapon toss goes down. He picks it back up. Down air. Is Raigunda's going to do this? That is a game loss for Doggo and Elsum, which, again, we mentioned it earlier. Every single set that Raigunda's and Ket made deeper into the bracket was a milestone achievement. That now sort of kind of goes on a game-by-game basis as well. That was huge, not only for this team, but because they got the first team win in a single game over Doggo and Elsum this evening at the World Championship.
It's a small emotional victory, and the only reason why I am downplaying it so much, almost as small as Raigunda's, is because Doggo and Elsum get to just be like, yeah, but we weren't on our mains, right? You know what I mean? They get to just be like, yeah, that was fun and all, but like, how about doing that same thing against our real picks? As that's going to be what happens. Doggo and Elsum make the swap back to the Taros and Bryn, and Ket still struggling to find any footing. Still didn't put out a lot of damage there. Just inside the 200s is going to make the swap over to Tai Lung for game number 4.
Now, we don't see any character swap whatsoever coming from Raigunda's, and that is a very good idea. That Koji was looking so nice from Raigunda's last game.
Yeah, the bow play in particular was very, very solid, but is it going to work out the same way here on Mammoth Fortress? Game number 4, wake up, gravity cancel side sig. Didn't catch, but the recovery will follow up off of Ket.
A little bit of team damage coming out. Not bad this early on in the game. A little bit more coming out. Gonna have to be careful with that one because there are 2 axes on the field, which means a lot of KO potential coming out from the red team. Definitely more than we see just on average coming out from the blue team's character picks.
Both of them just off the mark in the edge guard. Elsum with the double down, like gets the recovery, follow-up, immediate target swap. Great recognition of the situation there to almost get the double, but Ket able to dodge out in time, but still Raigunda's first one to fall.
And you see, Ket was playing on the right side of the stage, and they were like, yeah, okay, cool. We'll just both 2v1 Raigunda's. They forced him over onto the wall. Elsum went down for the edge guard, and Doggo went back, was like, okay, now it's your turn. Oh, is he going to get stuck?
He got stuck. Okay, they'll finally take a stock off of Doggo and Elsum, but Raigunda's is down to his final stock here in the grand finals of the World Championship for Australia.
Elsem is a absolute master
Raigundas.
on the
Raigundas.
edge. Oh my gosh!
What? Raigundas is
so
gone.
good on the edge.
My God.
So is
The
Doggo.
saves.
They're piggybacking
insane.
each other back, really leapfrogging each other back to the stage. Still gets the punish here. Doggo's going to continue this off stage. We'll see if Ket is able to get the KO at the weapon advantage. They're both over here.
It's 4 stocks to 1. They're playing the unarmed edge guard against Ket because they have such a confident lead here. Look at they're literally going to unarm him to death because that's how confident they are against Ket.
Their movement is just so clean. You saw them go for the double ground pound. They were like right above each other in the same line, and they both pulled out of the ground pound at the same time too. Just constantly on the exact same page, taunting one after the other. This team is so good.
Okay, Ket will get another. Watch out for the weapon toss. Good positioning from Ket. Elsem on the second stock, but still, they're playing with their food.
Okay. Ket sees the writing on the wall. This is a huge moment for Ket. Regardless of what happens here, a huge moment for them. Getting a little cheeky, a little swaggy on the edge.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I mean, it might be a little too late here, but still, I think it is hard to deny that this is looking like a Doggo and Elsem World Championship. And you know what? Shoutouts to Ket for still trying. You know what I mean? Like, it was a 1 stock to 4, and it's now 1 stock to 2.
I don't really know what that was.
Oh,
there it is. Doggo and Elsem have been running the scene in Australia for 2021, and now they have solidified themselves as the world champions for Australia 2v2.
Elsem and Doggo, they're so stinking good. They ran the gambit. Like, they just had everything on lock, and just like that, Doggo and Elsem, man, look at this. The replay, like, that's still, like, it's in slow-mo, and it's still hard to catch all the insanity that was happening in but, like, man, Doggo and Elsem, they're looking so good. It's going to be a great 2022 for them if they can keep.
They're both so good. It's incredible seeing what they did in that final game. Just Elsem on the edge is like second to none in this region for sure. Look at all of that coming out. Really, it only took 876 damage for them to win that game. That's not a lot of damage. That means they were ruthlessly efficient.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the edge guards, right? It was absolutely insane. Raigundas only got to put out 185. Like, he did not get to play Brawlhalla in this final game. But again, you got to give congratulations. Elsem and Doggo are your Australian 2v2 world champions. But today is not over. This weekend is far from over because we've still got Southeast Asia, we've got Europe, South America, and North America to crown Brawlhalla world champion.
It's going to be great. I'm going to keep watching for Southeast Asia. I hope everybody does at home as well. I hope everybody is here tomorrow morning for the pre-show, and then as we roll into Europe. In case you're wondering, the schedule of the events for this weekend or for the rest of the season, or really just in general with Brawlhalla for the rest of the year, brawlhalla.com/schedule. That will not only give you every event, but it'll give you every event in your time zone, so you don't have to worry about when it will happen. Be careful, though. This weekend is not only an interesting one from Brawlhalla's point of view, but also because it's daylight savings time. So figure out how that works for you, because I'm just gonna let my phone do it and hope everything works, that I wake up at the right time. We'll see what happens with that. I don't really know. So thank you everybody for tuning in. Stay tuned because we have Zipmaster Flex and we have Flambeau coming in to round out tonight with Southeast Asia. It's gonna be a juicy one.
Yeah, stay side. Aight, whether you ready or not. Nothing less, but I know that it's test is a test. You will be.
What is up, Brawlhalla? Welcome back to the Brawlhalla World Championships, this time 2021 edition. I'm Flambo, I'm joined with the boy Zip, and we're here to give you guys the 2v2 action for Southeast Asia. Zip, how you doing?
You already know, every single time, day in, day out, I'm ready to see some Brawlhalla action. And this is the one that's for all the marbles, all the cookies. You ready for this?
Dude, am I ready for this? I feel like you and me specifically, more than any other set of casters, have been able to watch kind of the evolution of Southeast Asia over the year, and it has all culminated to this. I'm ready.
Definitely has, man. If you take a look at that bracket, my dude, Tiger and Dolan are out of this bad boy. Like, there's more stuff to talk about, but just take a breath and think about that one.
Man, I'm sitting down here, but one thing that I will say that I am excited to see is the last time that we casted together, we got a look of Himwe, someone that neither of us were really familiar with, and we were like, whoa, he just came out the cut. Himwe and his partner came and got second place. Now you take a peek at the bracket and like, who do we have coming out? Oh, look, it's Himwe again, but it's going to be Himwe and Sire.
Himwe and Sire, my mans. And you know, that's a good team up. You know, Sire's missing the good boy Dolan, missing that rocket lance, but now you know you got the Bryn on your team. And one of the most powerful, most dominant characters for 2v2 setting, especially in this region. We look at that. We got two of them on deck, and you already know what Vortex is rocking. The man Taros.
Yeah, I know you excited to see that. Vortex and Reaper, two staples of the region, are going to go ahead and duke it out here to see who's going to come out on top in the winners finals. And I do have to say, man, Vortex and Reaper, they're kind of probably the ones expected to come out on top here. We're going to see, though, Himwe jumped a lot of PR placements last tournament. So the combo of Himwe and Sire, you know, it's fresh, you know, right out the womb, but it could do damage. You know, it could go either way.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with you that Reaper and Vortex are the favorites, right? But this is the big leagues. This is the big times. Like I said, we already talked about a big name team that's already out, so anything can happen. And that's what we want to see. Everybody wants to watch and see new things. I mean, it's cool to root for somebody that's been winning over and over and over. That's fun too, watching somebody's dominant streak. But it's also big time fun to watch an upset and a big team fall to some newcomers.
Yeah, you can see it right here, right? Himwe, before it was like zeros across the board, almost unanimously. Now we got one silver medal up there saying, all right, we've done it. That's from the last tournament. Okay, the Autumn Championships, 945 bills to his name now, so we got a little something to speak for himself. But you can clearly see Reaper and Vortex are, you know, more established, not necessarily a cut above, but more established. But I am excited to see how this works out, because Reaper and Vortex have the benefit of having all these tournaments to work with each other and perfect their play. Meanwhile, on the other side, Himwe and Sire, we were just talking about, they're pretty new. This could be a double-edged sword. They have never faced this before, but in the same time, Himwe and Sire haven't had that much time to get adjusted to each other. So here we go for game one of winners finals.
Game one, we're kicking it off, hammer in hand, spear in hand, and blue team's already getting tossed around like ragdolls, finally able to fight back. Sire got the hammer, the double Taros. This is actually a full-on mirror match, and I didn't realize it at character select.
Yeah, and you know what? More power to them, because they know which legends are the go-tos, man. You can't go wrong with either of these legends, and they are swinging back and forth. The blue team going to be composed of my man Himwe and Sire. I'm going to be staring at Himwe quite a bit, because he is, oh my gosh, Taros. Doing Taros things. That side sig almost, well, not almost, it clearly cleaned that KO.
Definitely got it. I mean, that sig will take somebody out early in the game, and that was more than enough damage on Sire to get that stock taken out. But there we go. Nice Sare coming out from Vortex. Himwe trying to get back on stage, and I like that Himwe's holding on to this stock. And Himwe's been throwing a lot of SIGs. I want to see how that's going to work out. Accuracy coming out from the ground pound. Going to take out the stock from Vortex, and Himwe's holding on to the third.
Okay, and let's see right now, Reaper and Vortex, you know, they're getting hit with that new flavor. And so far, it's panning out pretty good. We're going to see if Himwe and Sire can keep it up, though. This match has been fairly even thus far. We have our separate 1v1s on the opposite side. Himwe trying to get some damage done. And we're going to see if the blue team collapses. They're getting forced into the corner. Wow, Reaper and Vortex quickly turning things around, each winning their own separate 1v1s. And you can see the blue team has to join up, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they had stage control, kind of had like that middle space taken up, watching both sides, and weren't allowing Sire or Himwe to make any plays to get in. And you can see the lead that grew from that. My goodness, both stocks gone. Only on orangish yellow is Reaper. Reaper looking really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, oh, you gonna charge it? Yeah, a little punish there, nothing too crazy, but the blue team, and almost the blink of an eye, we saw the momentum swing in the red team's favor, and we're gonna see if they're gonna be able to bring it back. Granted, Himwe's looking pretty good, Sire's looking decent, but Vortex and Reaper have been able to sandwich them and really convert. The double recovery off the top from Reaper puts their dreams of winning this game 1 to shame. Himwe will have to be a legend. Go ahead and bring this back.
I've talked about what a wise man once told me before. Do you remember what it is, Flambeau?
Is it when your back's against the wall, go to Taros? Because that's that is a wise man.
It's actually one word, man. A wise man once told me, "Yikes." That's where this game went. It was looking great, and it just turned into a smooth yikers. And Reaper and Vortex is gonna take game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it happened quick, right? I mean, you got like 600 damage coming out from Reaper, Vortex with 535, and then both members of Team Blue sub 400 damage. It's one of those moments where, like, the underdogs, I feel like almost historically, like I feel like statistically, are like destined to get the upper hand against the opposition in the very beginning, and then they just flip that switch and just completely turn things around. You gotta give them a little hope before you sap it all away, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like anime, right? Somebody pulls up on the main villain, and it's not the main character, right? The side character pulls up on the main villain, and you're like, man, what's he gonna do? He starts landing blow after blow. It's looking real good, and the smoke clears, and the main villain's standing there unscratched. And that's what it's like when you're going up against a top team in one of these tournaments. It's like you can look good at the beginning, you're landing everything you can, but if your power is not enough to deal with them, we're going to see more of the same. And right now, good start. I like the Rayman switch, actually. That's a pretty good switch. Oh my gosh, that could have been bad for Reaper up top, but Himwe didn't decide to keep chasing.
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, Rayman, forget about Rayman. Himwe already gone on that Barbara. Rayman and Barbara, these are the ragtag duo, you know, 2 peas in a pod. These go together, but right now they're together, all right, getting cleaned up. It's not looking so great right now for Himwe and Sire. They're trying to get their footing, but we saw that early KO getting taken. We're going to see if they're going to be able to get a KO. Maybe Reaper here. Reaper has the most damage, but like I feel like too many 1v1s are happening, and they need to be playing more as a team. Oh, almost a quick KO off the right side.
I feel like that's owed to what you were talking about earlier, right? They haven't had enough time together, so it's like they'll be synergized for a bit, and it'll be a lot of team play, and then as soon as they get spread from each other, it just turns into a lot of 1v1s, starts to look a little like rank play, unpracticed. Himwe, triple down light, down air, gonna take the stock out. Team combo?
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, they said, get out of my face. I said that they're not looking like a team, and they went ahead and pieced it together to take this lead. That was so nice. Sayer coming out from Himwe. Himwe is coming alive right now in game 2.
And this is what I remember from Himwe from Autumns, right? I was like, dang, like this guy kind of nice. And just like that, Team Blue is back in it. Firm stock lead across the board for the both of them. Gonna go ahead and try to get some more damage. I mean, we see the team conversions are there if they can land them. So I want to see them try to set more of those up. But of course, Vortex and Reaper, their plan is likely to just break them up. Both of these players have a higher 1v1 power ranking, right? If you can split them up, the odds of you guys just winning is probably pretty high.
Yeah, that would be a good look if they can get that 1v. We saw it last game when they did spread them apart. They were able to dominate each other on the sides and get those stocks clean, nice. And that's where the lead came from. Nice job, Himwe. Go and get a little thirsty trying to get that stock. Was able to get through with the dodge in the recovery, make it back to the stage. Ground pound on the Vortex. Tried another one. Are you going to make it back? Himwe is going buck wild, buck nasty on the side.
But just like that, Reaper is gone. This is most certainly gonna be a 1-1 set here. I wanna see Vortex be a legend. You're in the red as Taros. It's gonna be a tough comeback to make, right? But we're gonna see. We'll give him the chance.
We're going to give it the chance, right? See, but if another one of those land, it's game blouses. Wow, I thought the recovery was still on deck, but I didn't see the sweat beads. And that's going to be a tied set, 1-1. The Rayman pick proved correct. Himwe coming alive in game 2, looking amazing.
Yeah, 662 damage on Himwe. Like, he put the pants on, you know? He said, I got to carry. So I can't have too much time being spent here where we're on the back foot, because if you end up going down 0-2 in a set, it's a lot of mental pressure. Forget about, you know, a regular tournament. In the World Championships, all this guap on the line, do you want to be back against the ropes 0-2?
Man,
Couldn't be me.
You're speaking nothing but facts. You get put down 0-2 in any setting, honestly. You know, you step into a tournament first round and you go down 0-2, it's like, bruh, is this really about to happen? Am I going to losers first round, dog? You know, and now you're talking about at this level. But something I want to say, man, you look at Himwe, what a storyline would be written if Himwe goes in the grand finals right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, that would be such a, I don't want to keep saying upset because, you know, anything can happen in these tournaments, but that's what it is. It's like Himwe coming through and becoming a champion at this point would be such a beautiful story to see happen and unfold.
Yeah, and especially, you know, with Sire, kind of the pickup teammate for the tournament here. That could be one of the craziest things we've seen in Brawlhalla history yet. But first, he's going to have to earn it. You know what I mean? Because Reaper and Vortex, these are staples, right? I'm perfectly fine seeing these guys win because I know I've seen their hard work and dedication to the game, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to do it again here. But I'm even taking a look at the match thus far. You know, okay, yeah, you guys had a pretty decent start. Game 2 managed to get a game, but it looks like it's back to business as usual for the red team.
Man, I know everybody spectating right now, if they were looking at Vortex, that movement was smooth as butter, able to be very accurate and land almost every blow thrown. And that is going to be one of the biggest reasons that they have this lead right now. Reaper was playing nice, but Vortex was on one. And here we are, blue team's going to have to take these stocks out quick. Wow, double hit with the recovery and one more to get that one out of there. And there we go, tie game. So it was looking kind of ugly, but they cleaned that up quick.
And I'm really looking for the team conversions. I mean, we saw it made the difference in that last game, right? Like, it completely swayed the tide of battle. And of course, Himwe's offstage play as well. He was dancing with death quite a bit, really flirting over there, but managed to come out on top. And just like that, Reaper is getting all of these hits on two Sires. Sire, you know, probably like, whoa, I gotta slow down. Uh-oh.
Whew, yeah, Sire's going kind of wild with the gauntlets, getting popped by that hammer. Gonna have to try to get Taros out of here, bow your teammates down, and now we're gonna look for safe play to not lose this stock while Himwe's recovering. Oh my goodness, I thought we were gonna get a save from Reaper, but the weapon toss was good enough to keep Sire alive.
Oh man, you can see Vortex is swinging with that Taros as well. Nair after Nair, goes for gravity cancel stomp just to keep up the juggles. The down air to send him back into the sky. There we go, a save from him. He's gonna go ahead and put that to bed. But we have a pretty close match here. He's gonna have to kind of bob and weave for a little bit because he got a lot of damage on him right now. The most on the board, one stock left, and Sire's gonna have to take point. But with these gauntlets, it's gonna be a little bit tough. You know, you gotta weave around all these circular hitboxes from the double axe of Team Red. It's gonna be tough for Sire to find that opening.
Yeah, I think this hinges on Himwe right now. Himwe cannot lose this stock quick. They have so many stocks to deal with. Come on now. Oh, I wanted to see it happen, but it was not going to happen. Captain, here we go, trying to get the Sayer. Wow, that's a team KO. Oh, no. Vortex did not want that, and that brings the blue team that much closer to bringing this game home.
Yeah, it's coming down to the race. It's between Himwe and Vortex. Who's going to get knocked out burst, right? You can see Himwee's on the back foot, stay near that platform, going to jump around, refresh those jumps, try to avoid a stray Sayer, because that might be enough if it's in the corner. You can see, yeah, really biding his time, going to see what Sire can do, but Sire essentially in a 1v1 here. Luckily, Reaper doesn't have a weapon right now, so not much of a threat coming out, but there it is, the spear picked up, Himwee getting the pop shots anytime to try to hit Sire. That's going to be a conversion into the recovery. It's not enough. Sire goes for the double sidelight, no read there either.
No chase to get Himwee out of there. Decided to double team Sire. I felt like that could have been it, and there it is. Stop Sayer gonna come out from Vortex. There we go. And now we have the clutch opportunity, but this is gonna be a tough one. Sire having to fight back, but getting poked to death by this spear.
Gets the double recovery unarmed, can't do it, can't find a weapon either. Pretty much one blow away from getting KO'd. Stuck in the corner here, can get an unarmed recovery. It might be enough to get Vortex, but can't get much. Has an axe now at least. Gonna play this game off the corner a little bit, maybe see if you can bait someone over, get a Sayer or something. Nah, no shot. A perfectly timed Sayer from Reaper is gonna go ahead and put them up in the set 2-1. One more to go.
Big time, man. They're both trying to get in the grand finals. I mean, yeah, you know, you don't want to lose this game. It's always easier to fight from the winner's side, but man, both teams are playing amazing, man. This is hard to call. Look at this hop step with the foam finger. Pow! Caught the recovery. Reaper, I haven't been saying much about Reaper because I've been enjoying Vortex's play. No bias, but Reaper's been putting on for the team.
I gotta say, even looking at the team damage across both teams, it looks like Team Blue, you know, despite the fact that they didn't come out on top there, they're hitting each other less, you know, and that's always like something worth noting. It's like, all right, you guys are spacing around each other quite well where you're not stepping on each other's toes too often, but that wasn't enough to make the difference there.
All right, and here we go. Gonna stick with the Rayman, gonna stick with the Barbara. And you know, you were talking earlier, you said that these guys they go together. And I always forget that they're from the same game.
Oh, yeah. These two, man.
I always forget.
Back to back.
Oh. Here we go. Scrapping for their lives right now is the blue team. It's like nothing's working out to start this game. Here we go. Turn it around, Sire, trying to land some hits. Team damage coming out from red team, but it doesn't matter. It's worth it to get the damage onto Himwee.
Yeah, I wonder if the blue team is kind of regretting their decision right now. It doesn't look the tri-plats are really helping them out too much, but we'll see. Maybe things will turn around, but it looks like it's just making it tougher for them to kind of join up with each other to really get that pressure going. But so far, you know, down by a little bit. Reaper and Vortex holding center stage so commandingly. It's a tough time for the blue team right now. Wow, he really just did that.
He just turned around and threw the side sig, and honestly, Sire fast fell into that. That wasn't even on point. It just caught him because Sire was like, all right, I'm going to go for a punish right here, and got cracked. Oh my gosh, but still an even game here. Himwee with the most damage on, but not much at all. So on this stage, when you look at the height of the plat, you've been seeing a lot of downlights coming out from the axe, and it looks like they're just shy and not able to reach people standing on the plat, and that's kind of hurting Sire a little bit. I saw that in the 1v going on against Vortex.
Oh, but the other bright side of those platforms is Sire, if you want to do the Rayman Classic, that slide charge side sig off the plat, well, now you skating real deep. Beautiful conversion, gives the pass into the Sayer, and then immediately KOs his teammate. Definitely not what Sire wanted to do, but you know, at least he got one KO from the enemy to make that happen. So
yeah, I see it too, man. So this is something that I'm seeing a lot out of these guys. Like, there's no chases on the side. It's like once you're down there on the side, they go, okay, cool, we're gonna go jump your teammate. And
wow,
I feel like
nice.
you're getting attacked in the back with an easy chase coming out from the person that's recovering from edge. But here we go, still got the team, does the blue lead, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Sire was on edge. You had the hammer. I feel like Vortex should have went and hollow down.
oh man, and this is really giving me flashbacks to the Autumn Championships, because I remember I would keep saying, man, Himwee, he's an opportunist, right? If he sees an option, no matter how cheesy it may seem to y'all, if there's a potential chance that it could lead to the KO, he's going to go for it. And we've seen him. He's been getting these so some would call them cheeky KOs, but honestly, it's just well played. Getting nice recoveries off the top, down airs off the side. Oh, the side lights. That wasn't even a side. That was a Nair Sayer from Himwee to go ahead and close that game out. It just, the damage was so high that Nair just kind of popped in the perfect spot and sent him packing.
Yeah, see, when you talk about Himwee's play, I like that as an opportunist, right? But I feel like just in general, Himwee makes very smart plays. Himwee goes, okay, do I need to turn it up right now and go sick? Yeah, I got that. Do I need to make a chase up here into the sky? I got that. Do I need to play calm and preserve this life? I got that. All elements of the game are coming out from this player, and it's such a refreshing sight to see somebody new doing something like this.
Man, I do like that Sire is sticking with the Rayman as well. It seems to be doing a pretty good job, able to get some conversions with the Gauntlets, though, of course, you know, we do see the axe majority of the time. But even with that said, you know, now we got a little bit of a change of scenery. We're on Shipwreck Falls, platforms are gone, and so is the sides of the stage. So it should lead to a pretty different. Oh, beautiful edge guard gets the double. Perfect from
Is that
Sire.
going to be both? Oh, I thought that we were going to get a ground pound from Himwee and get rid of Vortex also, but the safe play, get back on the stage, still got a team lead.
Yeah, you got the dub. You got one stock. You have the lead. May as well take it or leave it, you know?
Exactly. Nice! And just turned around with the Sayer and cracked Vortex across the back of the noggin. And that's going to be a big lead coming out for blue team.
Oh, man. Himwee and Sire are potentially going to be able to guarantee themselves top 2 with the way they're playing right now. Reaper and Vortex need to talk to him. You can see Sire going crazy off the side with the unarmed on the Rayman. Himwee's not going to be able to make it back, and neither is Sire with the hit of that Sayer. And now they're coming back to even stocks, but they got a lot of damage before they got sent packing, and that's part of that is Shipwreck Falls, man. The stage will keep you around for so much longer.
Yeah, they had them sitting on the side. They had a Vortex definitely sitting on the side over there, eating a lot of damage, wasn't able to get out of that and just racked it up because there was nowhere to go on the ledge, right? You got to deal with it. It's front facing right there in your frontal. Here we go, throwing the axe around, boom. Himwee looking good, but Reaper trying to stay alive on this stock. Vortex is even more hurt, but the scoop is going to take out Sire. Oh my gosh, are we seeing the turnaround right now? Is this where red team's going to take the lead?
Oh, he misses the recovery. Oh, okay. I was scared that we might have seen Sire throw that stock away in an attempt to save, but he's able to make it back to the stage safely. But this is completely turned around. You know, the blue team was in a pretty healthy position at the start of the second stocks, and now they're the ones behind, finally sending Reaper down to his final stock. Vortex is going to go ahead and dodge, I think, actually into the kill box there, because I think he wants to come back with that fresh stock, so every time he gets hit, he doesn't get sent a mile away from his teammate, and they get the 2v1. It's actually a smart play coming out from Vortex.
Yeah, it's very, very smart. And so no matter how much Reaper and Vortex are able to kind of, I feel like they're playing a little bit more solid, but the KOs are found much more easily for Sire and Himwee. Once Sire and Himwee get the damage on you, you're pretty much gone. Oh my gosh, this is chaos at the end of this round right here. Whoever takes this is going into grand finals. Oh my gosh, the weapon toss is going to do it.
It misses. It misses the save. It's all up to Reaper now. He dropped the crucial save that could keep his partner alive in the game, and now he has to do it all by himself. The recovery's not enough. One more hit, another recovery, in Himwee and Sire guarantee themselves top 2 in the Brawlhalla World Championships with a nice, fancy throne in the grand finals.
I'm going to tell you a little something, man. We talk about a lot of regions. There's a lot of Brawlhalla regions, man, and there's a lot of good play going on in all of them. But there's something about Southeast Asia, man.
Oh, yeah.
You guys, these guys, scrap. Every time, these sets are always close. It's always exciting. Look at the numbers coming out from both teams. High damage dealt. But see, now this one right here, we're going to get a 346 coming out from Vortex, and that's going to be one of the bigger things that's going to lead to the demise in that final game. We've been seeing upwards of 5 to 6 coming out from Vortex every single game.
Oh, man. Wow, man.
Only 86 from the axe.
That's crazy. I can't believe it. Those last final moments of the game, you could really see, like, they were fighting. And then really, I mean, who's to say if that save came through, if it would have made the difference? Because, you know, at this point, the metagame has evolved where, like, people are playing for the save. And, then, you know, it's like, oh, he's going to hit him up, we're going to spike him back down, or something like that. But you can't help but feel like, man, I know it was part of the game plan. I would have loved to have seen what that future looked like. But despite that, I have to give nothing but credit to Himwe and Sire, because the way they were able to, one, pull ahead, fall behind a little bit, and then still bring it all the way back is something that you can't ignore.
So one of the things that I want to point out from Sire, and this is something that I really appreciate from him, a lot of the things that one of the things that players do a lot once they go into a match, once you go down 2 games, that's when they go, man, I don't know, this is my final chance. I might need to switch characters. I'm a fan of switching characters after 1. If you try a character and it didn't work, you don't have too many games to test them again. So you switch there, and then if you need to go back to them, you go back to them for the last game. That's me. That's my own personal philosophy, and I feel like I've seen it work for professional players in all kind of fighting games over the years, and kudos to Sire for making that kind of mental play.
No, I have to agree, right? The swap over to the Rayman, it paid off. It really did. We didn't even see, like, too much in terms of signatures coming out from Sire on the Rayman, but I think the stat spread plus just having those gauntlets there to go ahead and if you want to throw that quick ground pound, do something like that, go for a side light, those recoveries especially, right? We saw him get quite a few KOs off the top just by throwing out a gauntlet recovery at the right time and picking them up. It all added up into the result that we saw here today. But
yeah, big time.
We don't know if they're going to be the ones to come out on top. You know, they have a shot at the throne, you know. Will they make it? Who's to say? Because we have to see who's going to make it to the grand finals. You can see right here we have Holix in GTG versus Keith in Kakuja. Honestly, I've never heard of Keith and Kakuja before. They got 1 top 8 placement before. So they've been around, you know. One guy got $50, you know, that's a Walmart gift card, and 75 maybe Stop and Shop over there. But you can see who's favored to win this pretty handily.
See, you know, that $50 gift card, you want that to be in Texas. You want that to be a Buc-ee's gift card, right? For the road trips, make your stops and get what you need. But no, kudos to these guys, right? Like you said, I haven't really seen these guys around. The earnings show that they have to be happy to be here, but they're going up against some monsters. GTG and Holix are really good 2v2 players in this region. And, I mean, it's just going to be a tall order to fill going up against these guys. But they obviously made it here. This is top 4. I feel like they can do it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we got more of your favorite character, Teros, the Hall Monitor, out here to play. And, of course, we have Kakuja on the Hattori, who, you know, she is definitely one of the classics in 2v2, kind of falling by the wayside right now because we don't see, you know, a whole lot of people just, like, playing sword in 2v2s right now. You know, we get, like, a Jala here and there, but everyone wants the axe and the hammer. Or like the axe and the spear. She has a good combination, just not super meta right now.
That makes sense. And, you know, the weapons you're talking about, kind of, look at that. I was going to talk about coverage of hitboxes going into a 2v2 match, and we saw a recovery come out from both weapons, and that's exactly, wow! Just hopped off the side. Keith with the Sair fast falling. That was so beautiful to take out Holix. Stuff the recovery and all. All right, and Keith is looking mad crispy out here.
No, I have to say, anytime I pull up and I'm playing like a video game, or hold on team combo, no, it's going to drop the gravity cancel stomp. But hold on, I have an edge guard? No, okay. Anytime I pull up in a game, wow. And I see someone whose gamer tag is just like something plain, like it's Joe or Bob, they're always a force, right? We got Keith here, making it all the way to the top 4 already. Ooh, and the D-like ground pound actually drops there, so surviving with that stock a little bit longer as well. Not bad.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this this Dragon Ball FighterZ player. His name is Zach Robb. And the fact that he had 2 first names and he was so nice, it was like a joke between me and my friend group. But yeah, so exactly what you're saying. You know, if a guy just got a regular name out there, it's always something to be like, hey, I feel like this guy might be about something. And right now, Keith and Kakuja doing amazing. Holix gonna take another loss of a stock, and GTG trying to hold on to this nice Sair. Kakuja's gonna try to make it back. They want to jump Keith, but not really gonna commit. They still turn it into a 1vs. Still gonna get the stock off of Kakuja.
And man, this is crazy because it's like this game has been heavily a game of interrupts. Like, one person will get a hit, someone will interrupt them, someone will interrupt that person, interrupting that person, and then it just like keeps going back and forth. It feels like it's seemingly never ending, but actually Keith and Kakaja have the lead right now. Ghost to Ghost, GTG, and Holix, they got to figure it out right now if they want to have a chance here. These are the guys who they made top 8 once before. These two, on the other hand, they've been here plenty of time.
Yeah, they've definitely been here a lot, but I mean, you know, sometimes we talk about how it puts so much pressure on you whenever you're the new guy and you're in the spotlight, but sometimes if you just don't even pay attention to the fact that you're in the spotlight as the newbie and you're just like, you know what, it's just time to grind, it's looking like that's what they're doing. Keith is putting on a show. Wow. Oh my gosh, and Keith is alone. I did not even notice that Kakajo was about to lose that stock, and here we are in clutch situation. Good damage on Holix, but right now getting pieced up by the axe from GTG.
And you can see Keith is like, please weapon spawn. There we go. Gets one right in his hand like he summoned it. And now it's like, all right, if I can just clean hit Holix one time, all right, we in business. But of course, you know, Holix is going to be running away, and Keith's going to have to chase. And then on the other side, you're going to have GTG just trying to, you know, hit any attempts that Keith tries to make on Holix. But now it's at the point where it's like, wow, both of y'all kind of hurt. So Keith's just going to start swinging. You know, whoever can get it, can get it.
If Keith lands something big, he's going to turn it into a 1v or get a KO, right? That's what he... Oh, he's trying to go over the top of that weapon toss, and I think that was the best option. He ate the hit, and he's good to go. He just can't land anything. He's getting popped back and forth. There's two people to deal with, so much coverage. Try to go for the stomp there. Weapon toss not going to land. He's able to make it back. Oh, I thought he was going to try to dip under with the dodge and land the recovery. Maybe that's what he wanted, but the recovery from the unarmed is going to work. Okay, he almost got a KO.
And you see the blue team knows. They're like, that's terrible. So he drops the D-Light recovery. I'm pretty sure that would have KO. That gives Keith another chance. And Keith is like, if I can land one stomp, I might be able to have a chance. But the blue team does not allow that to happen, as GTG and Holix go ahead and secure game 1. It was close, though. You know, GG's. It was close, though.
Definitely close. Definitely close. It's like... Kakaja was playing well also, but I think Keith was the glue that held that together. Kakaja lost that stock, which is too fast, and that's one of those things that is big in a 2v2 setting. You got to be able to go, you know what? I can't leave my mans out there alone, and you got to allow them to play if they're holding so much more stocks and health than you.
Yeah, it's just like... it's tough. It's tough to find those final blows. I think Keith probably wanted the axe, to be honest, but got disarmed and got forced onto the hammer. Which, you know, that's not like hammer's a bad 2v1 weapon, but sometimes Taros axe signatures can kind of just be a little bit more clutch in a scenario like that. Either way, going ahead and moving our way back onto Mammoth Fortress for game number 2. And we can see these guys are keeping it fairly even. GTG gonna go ahead, try to swing a little bit, see if he can rack up that damage. And, you know, the Bren's actually looking pretty good right now. The way she's moving. And then she whiffs an end light. It's okay, though.
Hey, you said moving nice. You didn't say being accurate. So
Yeah,
we're
true.
still on point. Still on point. All right, but Kakaja going to land a Sair on Holix. Tried to go down there for the old scoop. Not going to work. And, wow, Ghost to Ghost going to lose the stock. I don't know exactly why they couldn't make it back. Maybe it was just the fear.
A little bit too much. They were trying to touch the corner, the bottom right-hand corner of the stage with a fast fall, and they just dipped right by without touching. They couldn't make it back.
Yep, the fear of Taros came down there. Oh my gosh. Keith jumped down there, tried to land a Sair, wasn't able to get back, didn't have the recovery on deck. Maybe they just forgot they didn't touch the ground. And, yeah, gonna throw that one away, but still a pretty even game. Red team actually still has the lead, but they could have been bigger if Keith didn't lose that one.
They got to be careful here because they don't want to get sandwiched by Team Blue. I like the positioning from the red team. You know, they stay on opposite sides of each other, but not too far away so that they can always get the interrupt. And there we go. That's going to send, who is that? A Ghost to Ghost off stage. GTG off stage. Coming down. Gets the pogo. Not going to be enough, though. And to come right back on.
Holix is looking kind of crispy with the spear right now. Moving around, dancing, and just able to get punishes like that one right there from the neutral air. And just kind of padding and annoying Keith. Not really following up on much. And now they're on Kakaja. He's going to have to deal with it. Tried to get the KO blow with the signatures. Oh my gosh, right back at him. Got to land that one. And another gravity cancel. Not enough to get the KO. But alone on the stage. Gets the pogo.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay, this is getting crazy.
Yo, Keith almost. Yeah, there's a lot of chaos going on.
I like this.
Oh.
Sidelight coming out, nothing too crazy. Pogo from GTG. And you can see the red team's trying to get something going. There we go. It's going to be a KO, but also a KO for Team Blue. We're down to the final stocks. GTG and Kakaja are around the same amount of damage. The race is going to begin. Who's going to fall first? Keith taking some damage, but so does Holix. These guys are swinging right now. I don't know. Keith trying to hold the corner. Allow Kakaja to come in.
Was so lucky. Holix was so lucky that team combo fell, because that would have been way more damage if the Sig landed. No good. And here we are trying to fight back. Keith landed some blows on Holix, but not able to get enough team damage coming out on Team Red. But the Sayer, there it is. It's a 1v1.
Okay, this is tough. Keith up against one of the highest PR'd players in the region. Gonna try to do his best with this Taros. Trying to find the stomp, because he knows the stomp's the win condition. You know, you get the stomp, boom, Sayer, you're off stage. Get another, won't have to dodge, will have to use the touch stage. No, doesn't need to, gets the unarmed down air. But another stomp will do it. Meanwhile, for Holix, it's like, you know, raw D-Light recovery might do it unarmed. Nice weapon throw to seal it out.
I love that weapon toss. That was so cheeky. It's like kind of like, okay, I'm going to bait the, because he fast fell first and baited like he's going to go for a recovery, jumped up. Okay, now you have to go under him, weapon toss. The ground pound would have been too slow, easy to react to. The weapon toss was beautiful.
Yeah, we're going to be able to get the replay of it pretty soon right here. You can see he jumps off stage, right? And if you're the other person there, right, if you trying to recover and you get sent that far off stage, a lot of the times you'll see players burn their dodge immediately so that they can get a second dodge to go ahead and touch the wall, right? But we didn't see that come out from Holix. Kind of jumped, got a little scared, burned the dodge, because he had to use it to get close enough to get to the stage. And Keith was like, well, I'm rewarded for being patient now. I can just throw my weapon and cover this.
Exactly. Once again, I got to bring up, that's what Foda called babysitting, man. When you just jump out there, you don't even plan on doing anything. You're just scaring the other player into messing up the recovery. And Keith played that perfectly. When they had made like $12 an hour for the babysitting job and got the, you know what I mean? Got the KO.
Hit him with the school bully. Made sure you didn't walk down a certain hallway in between a certain class period. You know, just gatekeeping a little bit. And that's the way you got to do it sometimes. You don't even have to do anything. The pressure can be enough to make somebody else make a mistake. And so far, I mean, it's gotten Keith and Kakaja at least one dub so far. We're going to see if they're going to be able to carry that momentum into two as GTG and Holix try to strike back.
Kakaja's doing, wow, back to back, you know.
Yeah, left side, right side.
Ghost to ghost. He created a ghost to a ghost. Got two of them out of there. Oh my gosh, Keith with that hammer looking real crisp. But I was gonna talk about Kakaja looking so nice with the spear, but what I'm seeing is a lot of whiff SIGs. The normal light buttons are hitting continuously, but the SIGs aren't being as accurate.
Gosh.
But those are very accurate. Side airs coming out from Holix. Gonna take out both stocks. Gonna say, I got the same answer for you, Keith. I'm taking out both of y'all.
Okay, we're going to see what Keith and Kakaja have to say about that, because Ghost to Ghost and Holix are trying to find their stride. Double Brin, of course, they have such a good ability to combo off of each other, but we haven't really seen those opportunities come out quite yet.
And Keith's axe is
Filthy.
being a little bit too much for Ghost to Ghost right now. Every time Ghost to Ghost is like, okay, it's my turn. No, it's not. It's my turn. No, it's not. You kind of just got to back off and reset that neutral. And there we go, gonna land a couple hits. Keith is fishing, trying to get the KO on Ghost to Ghost, but Ghost to Ghost trying to reverse that. Sayer dodge is good from Keith.
Well, that was clean punish.
Oh!
Hold on. Can they help each other, ladder or something? No, looks like Keith's gonna go down. But at least Kakaja manages to hang on. But for how much longer? Has to survive the 2v1 until Keith gets back. All right, and they're good for now. Weapon spawn.
For now.
Yeah. Because you know it's coming soon. There it is.
Oh, man, and that's not what you want as Team Red. You're going to lose your teammate before you can get that stock off of Ghost to Ghost. Holix trying to put damage on the Kakaja. I feel like the answer is let's deal with this, and then we can handle Taros together.
Yeah, Kakuja's taking a lot of damage right now. This is their opportunity to 2v1 Holix, and I feel like they just gave Holix way too much space. Holix now going to go ahead and use that opportunity to go ahead and start setting up for the KO on Kakuja, right? If you're Team Blue, that's the win con. Kakuja has mad damage. If I'm Holix especially, I'm looking for that D-Light to catch them on the anti-air, and that's it. That's it.
Man, and I just feel like I just watched a horror movie. Holix was the was the killer, and he just terrorized Kakaja on that total last stock. I'm trying to figure out why Keith didn't go help whenever they had him out there alone and let Holix do that to Kakaja. But I feel like maybe it was like, man, I'm Taros. If I go swing and I hit him, I might KO him. So I don't know. I get the process a little bit, but I feel like he should have helped out.
I mean, even with that said, I mean, Keith in a position where it's like, oh, you know, kind of similar to the last time we saw him on the stage, but this time, you know, gets harpooned by a spear toss and won't be able to do this 2v1 either. But, I mean, even with all that said, like, Keith and Kakuja, they're keeping it close. These aren't one-sided matches by any means. Like, this could very easily be a Game 5. But I don't know if they should go back to Shipwreck anymore this set. They haven't been having a good time on it. It might be a time to keep it with Mammoth. Maybe, you know, flirt with Crystal. You know, weigh your options. Or maybe they're really going to say, you know what, I think we're going to get it every time we play on Shipwreck. It's close to one more time. No, they're going to flirt with the Crystal Temple.
Yeah, under 400 damage coming out from Kakaja. Kakaja is going to switch over to the Hattori, switching off the Bryn. Maybe this is one of their specialty characters. Oh my goodness, and Keith who opted to go with a character swap also. But maybe these are their real characters and they were just trying to play the 2v2 meta, and now they're going with, okay, let's just go with what we're comfortable with and try to bring this back.
Oh man, that's not how you start it out. A beautiful 2v1 combo coming out from Holix and GTG. I was wondering where it was. It was only a matter of time, and now Holix with the anti-airs on the Kakaja. I feel like Holix cannot be left alone with Kakaja, or else Kakaja is going to get steamrolled. I think they got to swap right now. Keith, you know, got to be that support, and Keith is trying. The Ogre on the Rocket Lance, you know, doing decent. There we go. Beautiful NSYNC. Doesn't get the weapon throw. Goes for the ground pound. Finish it off. Doesn't line it up. Could be bad for Keith. No, the red team stays alive, but they are behind.
Man, that start was so heartbreaking. And Kakaja still hurt on the second stock.
Oh,
no! And then you KO Keith. Oh, it's all falling apart. It's all going to shambles. They can still do this if they take these stocks quick without taking much damage. But this is a big lead to overcome.
And I think they're regretting the Crystal Temple pick already, right? Because at least on Shipwreck, they knew what they were in for. They hadn't tried Crystal Temple yet, and now that they're on it, Kakaja's already gone. You know, Kakaja, peace out. Deuces, right? And now we got Keith here, has to do 2v1, gets hit by the Twinkle Toes, down to the final stock, has to make a 5-stock comeback. Yeah, I think not. You can see GTG and Holix hitting that. He said, hop in. Yo, this is for the fans. Yo, World Championship, by the way. That's for the fans.
Oh, GTG said, hey, Keith, you did well. Get in here and take a photo for the people, man. Go ahead and put this on your resume. That was crazy.
Here's your Kodak moment for your 4th place. You know what he said? Take a picture. It'll last longer. Dang, that's rude. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, no. Hit into the weapon toss. Okay, and is that the end of his days? Keith is going down, but GTG and Holix moving forwards to go to that losers finals and see if they can make their way to grand finals. Big time kudos to those two players, especially the way that they came out in that final game. They say, you know what, we have a lead and we got to step on the gas pedal. My gosh.
I'm just looking at the amount of damage that Kakuja did that game. 91.
Yikers.
91 damage, right? So that means, you know, I think you got them like one person to the yellow, orange a little bit. You know, like barely. Like that's a rough look if you're a Cockager there. But you know, their first stock got obliterated, right? They didn't even get to play that first stock because it's a 2v1 combo. And then after that, I think they got a quick early KO off the side where they just, you know, you got taken off stage and spun around the globe. Sometimes it be like that. It just sucks that it happened in your game 5 of the World Championships. But also, I mean, they got top 8 once before as a team. And they got top 8 for their second time tonight, which for them, I ain't mad, bro. I ain't mad.
At all.
Not at all.
Yeah, that's a 4th place finish in the World Finals, man. Come on. That means that you call up your homie afterwards, or you hit him up on Discord and you say, hey, dude, we're about something. And then whenever we get the offlines back, they're gonna fly out and come talk to everybody. That's what this builds. These kind of placements build confidence. It makes you feel like, you know what, I don't want to put this down, because sometimes competing over and over and not getting the results you want is fatiguing, and you kind of want to just give up. But you stay strong whenever you see these big time placements.
Especially like something like this, like that's affirming, right? Like for your skill, because we've seen like similarly to Himwe, right? Someone who kind of came out the cut last tournament and then proceeded to continue to do well at the tournament today. You know, there's always this little off season before Winter Championships, which is like, I don't know, I think end of January, beginning of February tends to be, right? Where like, you know, they throw around some balance patches, you know, maybe flirt with a new feature or a new legend or something like that. But in that off season, everyone's grinding because everyone wants to make sure that when they come back for the first season back in the new season, that they're stronger and better than ever, right? They want to be like the Hess truck, you know? They want to pull up and be better than ever. So like, you gotta sit down, collect yourself, and say, wow, the next time I'm back on this stage, bro, it's dubs only, and you'll be good.
That's right. That's right. We got the next one going on. We're here. Losers Finals. Characters are picked. Stage is selected. Let's get it.
Okay. You already know, man. We've seen both of these teams. No surprises at this point. The only surprise is going to be who's going to make it to the grand finals as Ghost to Ghost and Holix and Reaper and Vortex come here to duke it out. We're back on Shipwreck Falls yet again. Southeast Asia seems to love this map tonight, so it should be a good time.
All right, and the Teros is back running wild. Double Brand going on the other side versus the Barbaro, which is Brand. And this is just pure meta going on out here on this stage. Shipwreck Falls swinging for the fences. So many axes, so little time.
Oh, there we go. Nice coverage from Vortex there. Oh, hits both of them with the N-Light. A miscue from Reaper, but it doesn't matter. Wow, this axe from Reaper, the way he's following up off of Vortex, they are keeping the blue team suffocated.
Yeah, they were getting cracked for a moment there, but if you look at the damage, it's not even that big of a difference. But bow, at the same time, both players in synchrony gonna take out each stock from the blue team, and now the red boys in the lead. Oh, Reaper got smacked on the recovery attempt. GTG with a nice accurate look. Now fishing for Vortex.
But I like that you mentioned that, right? Like, they weren't even that far behind damage-wise, but that goes to show you just how far you can take momentum and run with it, right? Like, you can, you know, be seemingly close, even behind, and then just like that, swing into the lead. And now, I mean, especially since Vortex is somehow still staying alive here, this is a very great spot to be in if you're Team Red. Oh, Vortex.
Oh my gosh, Holix!
We saw the stars come out.
Yo.
And like, we keeping the Edgars alive. Nice coverage coming out from Reaper. You saw Vortex evaded everything out. Didn't even need to get the final blow because he knew his brother was there to go ahead and secure the KO.
That's what you want to see from a team making it work together. You know, just out there, took it to the skies, Vortex did, right? And that's some dangerous stuff if something bad happens to you up there high, especially with a spear in hand. But it just went out there, terrorized a bit, made all the jumps come out, made the dodge come out, and Reaper said, all right, backdoor, gotcha. And here we are with a 2-stock lead on for the red team.
Oh, man.
Tried to chase into the heavens.
Yeah.
Big time. Oh my gosh. Oh, Okay, and that's going to be a team hit. Has a chance. Water weapon throw from Vortex, but didn't have enough gas in the tank to make it back on the stage. And here we go. Gonna have to get rid of this stock quick. Nice there. Is that the end of Reaper? Yes, it is. Trying to fast fall so he can get back on the stage quick. But Vortex is throwing the straight hands right now. Muay Thai guy holding it down.
Really just throwing out all them hits looking like Tony Jaa. You know, just pop, 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 pop. Oh, there we go. And that's going to be a conversion. Nice reaction coming out from Reaper. He saw the end light. He knew he had time and said, let me just line this up. Perfect. Get the gravity cancel end sig and close out this game 1. Vortex and Reaper look, I mean, they had, like, honestly, a couple mishaps in that game in terms of, like, team KOs and team damage, and it did not matter because when they were on, they were on.
Dude, that conversion, that gravity cancel, that is such game knowledge to be like, all right, he's at this much damage, so he's going to go with this arc from the neutral light and landed that sig. That was it. You know when you hear a disgusting bar from your favorite rapper?
Oh,
you
yeah.
just get that ugh face. That's the face I was making.
The stank comes
The
out,
stank
right?
face.
It's like, oh, man, like, he really dropping knowledge right now. But honestly, we're going to see if these guys can hang on because Holix and GTG, you know, they're trying GTG on the Taros. You know what I'm saying? All right, maybe the Brim wasn't it, but we'll see. Oh my gosh.
Go for that mirror match. Oh, trying to hit the Taro special. No good. But chasing down Reaper on the side. GTG almost had something, but the dodge was perfectly placed. Reaper was able to sneak out of there. Almost lost the stock on some pure robbery type stuff.
Man, the sounds of axes is what we're hearing today, you know. Chunk, 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 and a recovery off the top to go ahead and close that one out. Wow, there we go. I mean, Hawks and GTG, they're looking like they might be able to go ahead and sneak a game here if they keep playing like this, but the red team is not too far behind.
Not at all. What a fast fall into the recovery from Vortex. But he never touched the wall. He's not going to be able to make it back. When he landed the recovery, I thought he skated up side wall and kept that stock. But no, siree, Bobby. That's got to hurt.
And we saw Ghost to Ghost and Hogs got a sick team conversion there, but now we're going to see that accidental team KO coming out from the ground pound from Hogs. You get that sick team combo and then accidentally KO your partner, but you know it's all right because they have, you know, a decent damage lead, and I'm sure if they can do that combo once, they can do it again. We're going to see if Vortex and Reaper, you know, have answers for that.
They're trying, man. They're trying to answer it. Scantron looks like they're guessing, man.
Always pick C.
I don't know. Always pick C. But it looks like there's an option D right now, so there's more to the equation. And there we go. Vortex with the gravity cancel down sig. Flick of the wrist, popped him with the edge of the guitar.
Yeah, you got us. I mean, that's just your boy Taros, man. When he's angry, you feel it. You know? That's El Toro. You know, it's trying to juke him, but the little flag's not enough. Oh my gosh.
Definitely. He's putting on Vortex.
Oh
Ain't
my
playing.
gosh.
Look at the team conversion. Knocked him into the recovery with the nair. My God!
What happened?
Oh, let's just skip for 760 coming out from Vortex's Taros. Man, fast forward to the last. Oh my gosh. He fast fell, recovered up, went to the side, and cracked him with the stair. It was so crispy looking. Just let me see it. Just let me see it. Just let me see it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Oh!
And I think the best part about it is, like, I know you're going to dodge it. You know, he does the jump back into this air. He's like, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, my gosh.
Hit him with the cranium.
I do a lot of basketball references, man. That was Iverson when he stepped back and crossed over to Ron Lu and stepped over his body, man. Oh, jeez.
Literally
Come on.
stepped over him. You know, like just.
He literally stepped over. Oh, okay. I was gonna ask you, did you not know what I was talking about? You were gonna hurt my soul so bad, Flambeau, if you didn't know the Iverson step over to Ron Lu.
No, it's okay. Even though I don't follow sports like that, I get the headlines. You know, I watch the clips. I don't watch the games, but I watch the clips on YouTube after.
I'll give you that. All right, here we are. We got GTG made a switch over, and this is going to be the Rick, a.k.a. Barraza pick. And I ain't mad at it. I just want to see what those guns are talking about because it's been looking good from the pick you had before. I don't know why we switched again.
Yeah, similarly, we have Reaper on the Cassidy, who, oh my gosh, hey, I like this conversion. Oh, and then Vortex says, you know what, since I'm here, I may as well get myself something to eat. How about 2? Yeah, I do like double patties when I go to Five Guys. I don't know about you, but one's not enough.
Man, double patty Five Guys burger is going to be almost costing as much as how much these guys are going to win trying to move forwards in this bracket.
That's true, man. Hey, they're really trying to maximize, get the biggest bang for the buck. And so far, I mean, it's looking pretty close here. I want to see if Pollux and GTG can at least put 1 on the board. You know what I'm saying? Give me a little bit of something.
Oh man, it's like, look at it though. They're not doing too bad, right, in this match. And I feel like in every single game, except for towards the end of last game, right? Last game was just pure in Red Team's favor. But they've been doing good each game. It's not been one-sided. Okay, so there they go. And this is the one where they have a lead. Here we are, swinging away, trying to see what they can do. Recovery not high enough. I feel like the Barraza defense or Rick defense is what was going to make GTG survive right there because that recovery was high enough to KO a lot of legends.
And this is the kind of thing where it's like, okay, Reaper switched this Cassidy, and I'm like, why? You know, like y'all won the last game. And now it's a matter of like, if they end up losing this, you know, going right back to the Terrorist Bring combination. So we're going to see, because, I mean, Reaper, a couple hits away, you know, already in the orange. Vortex sent down to the last stock. Holix, the healthiest person on the screen, but not by much.
I feel like Reaper just put on some big-time work. If we would have got that scoop, maybe would have been the stock of Holix. The Nair right there from Vortex is going to do it.
Gotta be careful here, especially Reaper, since using those blasters, wants to swap over to the hammer because those blasters attacks have very long active frames, which is a good thing for team combos, but when you're trying to stay alive, definitely don't want to be standing still for too long, so.
Yeah, that's a tough deal, especially if you end up in a 2v1 situation or surrounded by both players. Nice job. Trying to fight back. Red Team is on the cusp of losing one of their first games of the set. But if Blue Team falls, this is going to be the end. We're going to be seeing Red Team in Grand Finals. Sayer coming out, but Reaper survives. Nice. Whoa!
Perfect play coming out here, man. The Red Team.
Crazy.
Wait, are they going to do this? Are they actually going to do this? They might.
There's no way.
Oh.
What a dodge.
Holix needs 1 hit on both players. This one. And Light will even do it.
Then the neutral Light takes out the stock, and the Red Team health bars were redder than their color right there, but they were just able to avoid getting hit, and that is gonna do it. We're going into Grand Finals, Vortex and Reaper. That's some big time play. That was an insane set. I can't believe that we didn't see Holix and GTG get a game, but they played so well.
Yeah, they were close. Honestly, the only reason I feel like they lost that last game is because Vortex and Reaper were just more in sync at the time. I saw GTG get a D-Light as Barraza, right? What do you do when you get a D-Light with blasters, right? You go for the dash jump recovery to get the KO off the top. Oh, well, how about no? Because then a weapon throw comes in and hits him the moment he gets the D-Light. So, dang, can't go for the recovery anymore. All right, I guess both members of Team Blue are going to stay around for that. Then, after that, we see that moment where I don't remember which one of them got sent off stage. I guess it was probably Vortex. And then Reaper just comes in with the neutral air, right? And you would think, why would you go for that neutral air? You could, like, potentially KO your partner. But his partner, honestly, was probably KO'd before that moment. But when you hit your teammate in Brawlhalla, you get a reduction in the amount of force they take when they go flying. So that's another scenario where it could have been down to a 2v1. They saved it again. And they just kept having plays like that on that final stock that added up together to them coming out on top. Like, I have to give credit. I have to.
Am I wrong saying that I feel like that's the best save I've ever seen? Like, I've seen a lot of like cool plays down on the bottom half of the stage where people are like, I hit you and you chase dodge up, and then I hit you and I chase dodge up, and this and that, right? Things like that, right? But those are things where you're kind of like piling onto each other and you're making plays off each other. That was a pure reaction to throw that that neutral light and to be accurate enough to catch him in full missile speed flight. That was one of the best saves I ever seen, especially with the stakes on the line.
It's the plays like that like they don't look fancy. They don't, you know, but like they're so important. Some of the best plays in Brawlhalla are that simple in execution because the timing is ungodly. You know, like you gotta know, you have to have enough game sense to know exactly where he's gonna fly and when you gotta put that nair out to catch. Like it's stuff like throw that weapon, you see him from across the screen getting hit with the blaster's D-light, and you're like, hold on, let me Tom Brady real quick. Yo, Randy Moss, what up? Like there's no way to like, it's just good. It's just good. But is it good enough though? That's the question, because of course that means we have the grand finals coming up, and we're gonna be having Himwe and Sire to be the ones trying to defend their winner's side life and bracket.
Man, this is gonna be, I hate saying this, man, but it's gonna be a slobber knocker, man.
I don't say that one anymore, but
I never really say that, but I feel like I see so many commentators say it that it just fits the moment.
I'll give y'all a little anecdote, right? It was like first time I went to the BMG offices, right? And they had like an in-studio thing, right? We were casting from the studio in the BMG office. And I said that, and then after the set, photo came up to me and he was like, never say that again, bro. I was like, I see how it is. But despite that, we are going to hop into the grand finals. Sire and Himwe versus Vortex and Reaper. Sire going to be sticking with the Rayman. We saw him switch to the Rayman in the first set, and now I think Sire feels like the Rayman is the answer. He's feeling it. He loves it. Gonna rock it out till the very end. And what? To no one's surprise, we're back on Shipwreck Falls.
Back on Shipwreck Falls. This has been the favorite of the top four so far. And, I mean, I don't think this is a bad stage. It's just that side you're gonna have to deal with is tough. And I feel like for Sire, this is actually a really good deal, because when you have the gauntlets and you have people not really having much room to play with on that side, it's gonna turn into some really terrifying stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna be, you know, pretty scary, especially, I mean, Rayman, right? You got Axe down sig. It's terrifying. It's gonna get you quick. And there we go. Nice team conversion. They kind of messed up the finisher there, right? They didn't know whose turn it was gonna be. But still a lot of good damage either way.
Yeah, it was a good look. It was a good attempt, but that turnaround from Vortex was nice. It's like, hey man, if y'all gonna mess this up, I got the scoop ready for you. And he went ahead and made some Haagen-Dazs ice cream for himself with no cone. And here we are going in. Vortex swinging away with his axe, still holding on to the third stock, but so is Sire. And Himwe swinging hard. Himwe's siders all night have been looking so accurate, and they just look like they hit harder than any other players, right? Because they've been so many KOs.
Oh man, this is as even as it can get. Yeah, no, I feel like you're right. Himwe's been pretty accurate by getting the knockout, right? Like those axe sayers are the difference between getting a KO early or not. And you can see the drop there from Himwe on that D-light could have potentially led to a KO for Team Blue, but now Team Blue has been wiped from the screen. Coming down here, Himwe with one stock left. Vortex still has 3, but you know, one good hit on both members of Team Red and the stock's going to be exactly even. There we go. Vortex falls Reaper. If they can just get that good hit on Reaper, that's all it's going to take. Oh, and Reaper finds 2 though. Oh man, and just runs away immediately. You know, gets the semi-guaranteed stuff and just dips.
Yeah, smart play, right? Like, you try to hold this down. You got this stock on red. If this is able to be held on to, they can try to take this into a tied game situation, or maybe get the lead if they could get Sire out first. But right now, Hemway, you know, we were talking about how accurate Hemway was. I didn't even really realize until just a few moments ago that Hemway was down to the last stock. I was like, I knew, but it didn't register. Sayer coming out from Vortex looking good, but the weapon toss was that from Reaper saved Sire.
Oh man, the gravity cancel side six and go ahead and clean up Reaper, and you can see the blue team tries to recuperate, try to get their positioning correct. And we're gonna see if it pans out here. Hemway really is gonna need the help though in the deep red. Oh man, Sire has to go over there and kind of play point guard, but it's not gonna be enough. And now Sire has to do the 2v1. Not the worst 2v1. You know, you got one stock to work with, but Reaper in the orange, Vortex has 2 stars. It's really a question of can you get Reaper in time? And if the answer is yes, how much damage do you take in the process?
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Oh, okay. He wasn't KO'd by that, but yikes. This is a scary, scary situation. Sire trying to fight back, but every time he throws a button, even if he lands a hit, he gets popped for it. And we're in the situation where, it's not KO, but now it's making the comeback look very, very grim.
Yeah, oh man, the double unarmed recovery into the gravity cancel taunt at the end to go ahead and send a message. Vortex and Reaper have a pretty convincing game one, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely very convincing. But you know, Sire, Hemway, even though Rayman has no legs, they have a leg to stand on in the fact that they're the winner side grand finals. So if they can hold this down and just figure out how Reaper and Vortex want to play this, right, then they can go into the next set if it does get reset with more game knowledge. But at the same time, while resetting, it's the same thing for Vortex and Reaper. They're going to be seeing the tendencies, and if you're not able to adjust, man, it's just tough to call either way. You kind of just don't want to see a reset at all as Team Blue.
Yeah, right. Like, it's like you have the safety net, you know, and it gives you some solace. It's more for your mental than anything, right? You know, you have at least a backup plan. But despite that, you don't want to have to use it, right? That's why it's the backup plan. You want to be able to do it without getting there. But so far, Vortex and Reaper are making it difficult. Hemway's already taking quite a bit of damage. The blue team can't seem to get their mojo going the same way they were able to in the winner's side. Or rather, winner's finals.
Yeah, it's like they're not really getting any hits. It's like they're swinging away and they're trying to land things, but everything's just staying in the favor of red team. Whenever blue team is getting touches, it's like it's not leading to much. Wow. Hey Zip, shut up. That's a KO coming out from the recovery of Hemway, and now we got a tied game.
Yeah, we've been talking about Hemway's just so good at pulling the trigger without hesitation in moments like that, where it can just be a KO earlier than most people would expect, and that's how they're able to keep themselves relevant in this game thus far. But I feel like in the same vein, because Hemway makes plays like that, can also find himself in scenarios where it's like, oh man, you know, I'm getting hit a lot.
Exactly. I feel like Hemway's just been in inopportune situations and positioning on the map where it's just random things, even team damage, are clipping them. Nice way to fight back. Vortex trying to get back on the stage. Man, my man just said, I'm not on the defense, you are, and landed 2 good blows and got back on the stage.
Okay. And here we go. It's pretty close. Hemway's going to fall down to the final stock at first. We'll see if Sire can hang on for a little bit. What a turnaround on the Vortex, though. A little bit of an early KO considering the stage. So that's actually going to be a very great outcome for the blue team. Now the red team, you know, they need to D up a little bit, you know? Oh my gosh, yo, Hemway just does it. You know, it just decides to boom and it hits. It just, like, it feels like it shouldn't work, but you watch it and you're like, man, all right, I guess. Guess he don't miss.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't
That's
take.
facts.
He's taking all the
Nice.
shots. What a combo!
Damage. That is so much damage, especially that Rin down sig adding so much. On top of that, you get that Rayman. I think it was a gauntlet recovery as well to finish it off. It didn't lead to a KO, but it doesn't matter because the damage has been done.
Ooh, that was kind of scary. Reaper almost made a very big play coming out there on Hemway. Hemway is racked up on damage right now, trying to stay out of the way. Vortex just blocking the hallway. The hall monitor.
Oh,
Is he a hall monitor or a coach?
hey, whatever you want it to be, you know. Believe in your dreams, kids, because it looks like dreams might be made right here. Potential double edge guard scenario. 1 edge guard drop. 2, no, the ground pound is actually going to KO off the top right side. The blue team should be able to convert right here. The down sig's not going to be the move that finds the KO. Tried to set up for a team combo, but Sire couldn't get in position in time. But that's okay, because now, for sure, the next sig will be enough.
Yeah, almost anything
Nice.
will KO at this point. Nice movement, and there it is. See, even a recovery coming from basically ground level was enough to KO. It was so much damage onto Reaper. And here we are, tied set before we even get to the reset. And that's what I wanted to see. I didn't want to see these guys go down 2-1, not being biased towards either team, but you want them to put out everything they can and have a good showing.
Especially, I loved when we saw the 2v1 scenario come out there, you know, despite the fact that, you know, Reaper really couldn't, you know, hang, right? Like toward the end, Reaper ended up dropping that stock. We saw Reaper get D-Light on Spear and choose to not go for the guaranteed combo, right? Because it's the 2v1, so he goes for the D-Light and just drops to the ground. Doesn't go for the true Sayer or the true recovery follow-up because he knew he was going to get punished. And plays like those, you keep making them. You know, decision-making is all these games are about. You just got to keep up the momentum. And, you know, potentially they can go ahead and reset this bracket. And oh my gosh, yo, this swap over to the Xavier Woods, the Melanin Power is going crazy!
Oh my
Black don't crack, baby.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Black Xavier Woods just cracked them off the stage. I'll tell you that much.
Oh man, this is crazy. But they're responding the best that they can. You know, Himwe and Sire trying to stay relevant. There we go, that Sayer gonna go ahead and secure the KO on that side. And Sire is down to his final stock, not even a minute in to this game number 3. If you are Reaper and Vortex, you're like, bro, why didn't you go Bovar earlier? Like, look what we're doing right now. Like, this could be us all the time. Like, girl, why are you playing? You know, like,
This could be us. Why are you playing? Oh my gosh. Ooh, wait, Sire trying to do something. He's trying to talk to Reaper, but Reaper was able to sneak out, get out of the situation. Now fighting back with the sword. Okay, my man, you better calm down. He's not allowing you to touch the ground. Reaper is looking so good. Sire able to snatch a stock. Nice. Oh, double stock. Oh my gosh. Okay, so it's not tied because Vortex was holding on to that first stock. But that was really good to get rid of them in synchrony. Here we are, throwing the weapon down. Ground pound. Is that it? Yo!
Wow! I cannot believe that they brought this game back so quick. So quick. But will it be
gauntlets? The gauntlets!
He doesn't have to get back, but he gets the nair.
He does! No!
But Reaper can get back. Sire was almost the best player in the planet, but that ain't gonna be enough to save you. Because let me tell you, Reaper and Vortex, they had other plans. I can't. Dang, like you see plays like that and you're like, how did you lose? You know?
Bro! Yo, Sire did 272 damage and almost robbed them into victory. Oh my gosh. Look at that. I don't even know how he made it back. How did Reaper make that? That's crazy. Oh my goodness.
Like, you make plays like that and you're like, man, if I can do that to them, I can't swap off Rayman now. Like, I need those gauntlets. My axe been looking fine. My gauntlets can do that every once in a while. Yeah, man, I'm sticking with the Rayman. If I'm Reaper and Vortex, though, I'm like, bro, yeah, Xavier Woods is the way. Ain't no doubt about it. You know, like this Bovar, that's it.
He's going sicko. Like, Reaper's going in. It's like he's moving way faster than I feel like he should be moving. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh. But blue team has the lead in this game right here. Doesn't decide to go for a nair. Vortex fast fell down and didn't decide to try to KO Himwe. And here we are, gonna dodge the... What are you doing? He's not even punishing things. It's like he's having opportunities and not going for him. I guess maybe just too worried about losing the stock. Sarah's going to be a good hit after the side sig, but still didn't get the KO. Fast fall.
No, not like this. Okay. Blue team is able to recover there. I got a little bit scared. Some team damage may have led to a potential double edge guard, but it looks like they're going to come out okay. Reaper, actually the person who's lost the stock, whereas everyone else, as I say it, Henry manages to fall. But this is a pretty close game all around. There we go. Sire comes down. Vortex still with 3 somehow. Oh, head bump. Uh-oh. Got the recovery, but doesn't get the read, and that's going to be a ground pound to bring all the stocks to even. Reaper and Vortex are 1 game away from resetting this bracket. If you are Himwe and Sire, you really don't want that to happen, but now it's time to clean up. This team combo is going to lead to a lot. Drops the gravity cancel and sig for the finisher, but it's still good damage, baby. Don't be mad about it.
That was very good damage. Not able to get that sig at the end, but still looking good. Xavier Woods damaged big time. Reaper trying to make it back, and Vortex making a good play to help the teammate out and take out the back row of the defense. Still going to get the KO. Himway, nice there. Trying to fight back, but Vortex has no weapon. Teamwork. Haymaker's the homie in the back of the head, though.
Yeah, definitely ain't too happy about that, especially as we're coming down to the final stocks here. Reaper with 1 stock. You see the aggressive recovery coming out from him. We have potential edge guard. No, the unarmed recovery, but the gloves are going to find their mark to the dome of Vortex. And Reaper just goes for the ground pound immediately, sees the opportunity, and takes it.
I feel like they tied the game. Yep, punish on the recovery of the axe. And Vortex trying to turn it up some.
Okay.
Nice job.
Get out of
my
here.
Gosh.
Okay, I was scared there. Hit me for a second. Almost got KO'd extremely early off the top. And now this is pretty much anyone's game. I don't know how Reaper has stayed alive this long, but somehow avoiding these KOs, managing to bob and weave his way through, but not for long enough. The 2v1 is here, and it's up to Vortex. 1 clean crack to the dome, and that'll be Himwe gone, and then it'll be a 1v1 scenario. But forget about it. It's over.
Yep, saw the jumps exhausted, saw the dodge used, and said, all right, go ahead and fall into this neutral sig. Went there and took him out. Very good job. 710 damage with 5 KOs coming out from Himwe, and still you have a teammate land 710 with 5 KOs, and you're still able to drop 490. That's beautiful teamwork.
Oh man, this is crazy. I don't know what's gonna happen here, man. We have ourselves a game 5 for the 2v2 Brawlhalla World Championship for Southeast Asia, where we're either going to have Himwe and Sire, who, like, no one expected Himwe to be here. Period. You know, period. Like, they saw him last tournament, they're like, oh, who is this guy? And now it's like, you got to remember the name. Like, Mike Shinoda just pulled out the cut and said, hold on, don't forget about me. But on the other side, we have some revered veterans, Reaper and Vortex, who have been doing so well for so long in the region. Are they going to fall to a sprinkle of new blood?
Man, like I said earlier, what a story that would be written if Himwe and Sire were able to take this. What are you talking about? Oh, those are the plays, man. Those are the plays. Reaper is the Grim Reaper. Able to get the KO out there on the side mad early.
Oh my gosh, talk about getting smoked. Oh man, I was smoked. Like, I'm still, oh man, you don't get duffed like that every day, let me tell you. Like, there's getting beat up, and then there's an ass whooping. They're like 2 different things. You know, it's like, oh man. But speaking of, I'm gonna go ahead and send that right back to Himwe. You know, say, hold on.
Yo!
Himwe, he's back. He's here to play. We talk about the opportunist, and he'll go ahead and dish out some of that damage right back to you.
Yeah, that was nice. Went up there and just climbed the stairs by themselves with a nice combo with the axe, and went ahead and took out the stock. But all right, we got a tied game. Fighting out on the ledge by yourself, I feel like you might want to back out of that one. Yes, Himwe able to make it back up onto the stage. Had a hammer and a sword dealing with him over there on the side. That was not a good look.
Hey, we're going to see. Himwe gonna go ahead and try to recover from the other side. Swings, gets caught, sent back off stage again. More time to 2v1 Sire. Himwe's just trying to find a way in. Sire manages to break the mold there, but not for long. Does the ground pound. And, you know, Vortex pretty happy about that, right? You cleaned up a nice, pretty early stock. Himwe, you know, potential to get reset here. We're going to see if they're able to pull it out right now.
It's definitely a big-time chance for the reset, but still a tied game with that KO right there from Himwe. Nice combo! And that is a lead from the blue team. Here we are. Those conversions, man, I love it when somebody just lands that nice hit and you land a Sair or a side sig coming out from the other side to pick up that momentum and take that stock. And here we are. Reaper started off really hot, but hasn't really had like any more of those highlights. Still playing well, but those highlight plays are lacking. Vortex with this switch over, I feel like the Taros was doing a little bit more, but the Bovar still keeping them in the game. Nice.
Oh.
Stock taken. Tearing him way up over here.
And that's going to be
it.
edge guard, man. He's absolutely ridiculous with it. Cracked on the Bovar. And now, you know, double bowed seems to be the answer here. I don't know if Sire's going to be able to make this comeback here. I think we're going to be going into a reset, especially if they keep making plays like that. Oh, man, Sire, you got a lot of work to do here, brother.
A lot of work, man. Just getting hit by too many team conversions. Can't really get anything started. Nice. Fell through the soft plat, landed the Sair. And their coverage is so good. He can't really move. Everywhere he goes, one or the other is there. Bow, nair. Gonna take the game. The reset has happened, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into the reset of Grand Finals. Sire and Himwe have fallen into the lower bracket to even up with Reaper and Vortex.
And that's the thing about resets, right? It's like, it's the end of the tournament, especially for like someone like Himwe and Sire, because like Himwe especially, last tournament you get second, right? You're like, dang, second. Kind of wonder what the gold tastes like, you know? It's like, are you gonna get a taste of second place yet again? Or are you gonna be able to clutch up and come out on top? Because ain't nobody say winning the tournament was gonna be easy, you know? Ain't nobody say that. You gotta earn it.
Man, when this is all over, he's standing in the ashes, saying I earned this. But the ashes of battle. Here we go. So we're gonna get these maps strike down. We've got Mammoth Fortress gone, Apocalypse, Crystal Temple, Great Hall, and are we gonna get another Shipwreck Falls?
I would not be surprised. Small Enigma, Miami Dome, Shipwreck. They're probably going to Shipwreck. Looks like they're going to go ahead and reset. Maybe strike the stage they didn't want to, but Shipwreck is still available. And yeah, that's going to be where we're going, which I think, I mean, it makes sense for all of the characters here. I think Bryn probably, you know, doesn't get as much benefit as the other two because Bodvar, of course, has that down sig on sword. It's going to be able to KO extremely quick, especially on a stage like this where the walls are so small. And then Rayman, you know, has the gauntlets and also has the down sig on both weapons to potentially get that early KO. Bryn doesn't really have anything like that, but her raw KO potential is so good anyway that it doesn't really matter.
I feel like Spear in general can kind of put some fear into somebody's heart with that. Once you're at high damage and you're trying to get on that ledge, they're just going for a ground pound. It's kind of tough to deal with, you know. So, but either way, everybody's gonna benefit from this stage when it comes to KO potential. But over the top, we're talking about the side. Over the top, we're gonna get a KO on Himwe. And nice job coming out from Sire. Team combo, yes sirree, Bobby, the lead from the blue team, and this is how you kick it off. Show that you're not phased from the reset.
Now that's the way you got to do it in holes, right? They always say, yo, hey, yo, caveman, the first hole's the hardest, right? The first one is always the toughest one. You get past the first hurdle, hey, the second one and the third one don't seem so bad. But first you got to get there. Here we go. Nice clean Sair, and then the retaliation, man, that's where like moments where the reduced knockback from getting hit by a teammate really comes into play, because you saw they were around roughly the same damage when they both got hit by the Sair from Himwe, but because of the reduced force, we had Sire kind of be closer to the stage and be able to do that turnaround Sair. And now, I mean, look, Reaper and Vortex, they're almost done. It's been 1 minute and 30 seconds, and Reaper's already red on his last stock, and Vortex is soon to follow.
my gosh. And there it is. There it is. Reaper is going to lose that stock. And now you're in a 1v4 stock situation as Vortex trying to go up against this. No team combo going to come out, trying to fight back. I mean, in these kind of situations, this is what the answer is, right? Just don't get hit.
Yeah.
Much easier said than done, but don't get hit. And right now, doing pretty well. Well, finally going to take some damage. Going to put some more on the Hemway. Swinging the sword very well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Vortex can do this. There's a lot of work to be done. The weapon throw is going to go ahead and close it out. Yeah, it's a pretty tough 2v1, all things considered, especially on Shipwreck. When you get sent off stage, we already talk about how hard it is for one person to, you know, try to get back. But when you're getting, you know, edge guarded by two people, you can so efficiently have one of, like, either you or your partner go off the stage and start baiting out options and then just having the other person get that coverage. And look at that. That conversion was sick, man. The gravity cancel
Super
side
sick.
sig. That was clean.
That was super sick. Just secured the KO. There's a lot of different routes that combo could have went, and that was the perfect one to get it done. Weapon toss. No sorry, Bobby. You're not clutching nothing. And we're going into game 2 of the reset. 1-0, Hemway and Sire.
Okay. Right back to Shipwreck Falls. It's the Shipwreck World Championship, I guess. They love it here, man. Okay.
By the way, this is not Sea of Thieves. This is Brawlhalla. But we're still going to be out here fighting the Shipwreck Falls. Once again, swinging for the fences. Reaper switched back to the Bryn pick and still playing as wild as ever on the first stock. It's like, what? That weapon can't... Oh, that weapon throw literally was the icing on the cake and took the stock out. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was like, dang, that's a good cake.
But what I was gonna say was Reaper has to be getting some kind of first stock buff or something. The first stock is always played better than the other stocks. Some people are beginners, some people are finishers, and I'm telling you, Reaper is the starter.
Yeah, you put him on point, you know? He comes out, and then you have him on anchor. Oh, wait, hold on. But Reaper's looking pretty good so far. You know, it's interesting because you saw how dominating that first game was from Himwe and Sire, and you're like, man, if that was your game 5 from the last set, y'all would be the champions right now. But it's crazy how the momentum can swing like that, right? Reaper and Vortex are now giving them a little bit of a taste of their own medicine, not nearly as commanding as it was at this point last game. Like by a minute and 30, we had both members of Team Red in the last stock. But this time around, at least Team Red has a commanding lead, damage-wise at least. We'll see how the stocks go.
Yeah, damage-wise for sure. I feel like the difference is obviously they were able to start getting some of the momentum back and stay alive in this game. And that's why it started to turn around. Last game, the red team wasn't able to get any composure and just kind of got torn to shreds. But, I mean, if Hemway loses this stock, and there it is, now we're looking at the same kind of game, all right? Like, it was looking okay, but the red team was able to hold their ground and keep this lead as tight as they need to.
Yeah, definitely less flashy, but they're getting the hits. I mean, we were even seeing Reaper's axe just got like at least 5 or 6 hits in a row, right? That's a lot of damage. That's an axe, bro. Like, that joint hurts. So just like that, and we have both members of Team Blue in the red. You can see we're looking for the final blows here onto Team Blue. I don't know if they can turn this around. They're going to try their best, though. But they're both off the side. Potential edge guard. Recovery's going to get one. Oh, hold on.
And what's the answer?
Another pogo?
We got 1-1 on the board for the reset. Team Red, he's just loaded up with the same, about to bust his teammate in the back. But yeah, we got 1-1. Vortex and Reaper were able to tie that bad boy up.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this could very easily be one of those sets that go to game 10, which, let me tell you, man, for the World Championship, that's what I'm looking for, man. Keep it nice, long, competitive, and I want to see the adaptations coming out from both teams, right? I want to see you guys being like, all right, well, he's doing this, so I'm going to counter with that, you know. Oh, they're trying to split us up in the middle, so I think, you know, we should hold the corners more. Or like, yo, he keeps trying to go for these D-lights whenever I go for these jump stairs. I want you to weapon throw when you see that situation happening. Stuff like that, you know. So sometimes the adjustments can be like, mindset adjustments in terms of like your overall game plan and approach to the game, and sometimes it can get like really specific. So we'll see what the answer is for both these teams.
It's been a lot of character swaps, right? And we are not going to be seeing Rayman anymore back to the double Bren or Barber Bren, however you want to say it. Either way, we got the same kits going around all across the board for the same weapons, for the same actually we hated the same weapon. And
Yeah, Charlie's Angel.
But yeah.
You know, everyone's out here just showing their wings. Well, we'll see how it pans out, though. I was a fan of the both bars, but I think the Bryn pick is also very meta and very effective, and we can already see that Vortex is having quite a good time, right? Throwing out these N6, and that's why Bryn's so good. That N6 feels like a light attack. The coverage is so good. Vortex throwing out yet another, manages to somehow turn that situation around. Potential double edge guard here, potential. Vortex finds the end light. It's not going to be enough, but they still have time. Not going to be able to get it. No, they still will. They still will. That's called coverage. That's called coverage.
that was just such a good reaction.
Oh my God.
Sit there and wait, and you figure it out. Ground pound. Oh, I thought we were gonna get another one. Him, we tried to come from the top ropes and get him out of there, but not gonna be able to get both. Only gonna get one. Still worth it either way. But these starts to these matches are just absolutely insane to have to deal with. What a combo. Tried to recover at the end. I think a gravity cancel might have been the answer, but still good damage coming out from Team Blue with that team combo.
Yeah, they're being able to rack up so much, but you have to remember that like everyone's playing the same character here. Any combo that one team does to the other team can do right back, right? So it's not, you know, a matter of, oh, team composition is the thing here. Y'all have the same tools. This is strictly which team is going to play better together and who's going to shine.
Exactly. Who's got the better nooch? Who's got the better team combos? Who's got the better synergy, man? That's what the answer is to win this. Wow, punish on the side air.
Oh, no.
Did Sire just... Yikes. Oh, my gosh. Reaper sitting on hard maroon. Like, that is burgundy.
Yeah.
No Ron. You know what I mean? But here we go. Trying to stay alive. Blue team has got to get these stocks out of there. There we go. Now that's a big pickup. You got to get rid of that. If you didn't and you ate a lot of damage, could have been bad, but still have Vortex to deal with. And Vortex has been holding on to stocks this whole top four, so it's just tough to land that KO blow on this player.
Yeah, and Vortex has been throwing out the most signatures, I feel. Throwing out that neutral sig kind of willy-nilly. The recovery's going to get the KO off. Reaper on the top. And now Himwe and Sire have to do a 2v1 against Vortex. The Vortex has two stocks. This is actually much closer than one would think. And there we go. It's actually a 1v1. Got both of them with the end sig. I think Vortex is in a pretty dang good position to go ahead and close this game out. We'll see if Sire is able to respond.
Turned a clutch situation into a lead. You know what I mean? Like, you get that stock out of there, and it literally just turns from you being on the back foot to you being on the front. And here we are, nice recovery. Okay, Sire, tall order, but he said order up. I got the axe in hand. He's trying to flip this man. Eggs ain't the only thing getting scrambled.
Yeah, hopefully it's enough. We'll see. I'm like, you know, especially if you're Vortex, you can just start throwing out that end stick like you have been all game. You know, you'll get punished maybe a little bit, but, you know, if one of them hits, that's all it's going to take. But Sire is bringing this back. That end light's not going to be enough. He can survive one more of those in the corner. He needs to make his way to center stage somehow, but you can see Vortex doing such a good job of holding the corner. Throws his weapon as a way to try to get in, but now has nothing equipped, and that's going to spell his doom. Vortex giving you that Colgate smile to go ahead and close out that game number 3.
The shine of the teeth, the shine of the eyes on the skin, you know what I mean? It's just, it's the fire in the eyes. They can feel the championship coming in hot. But man, once you get towards high damage like that at the end, you saw so many neutral lights landing from the axe of Vortex. And that, when you're at high damage, that's when you get hit by the neutral light the most. You're trying to get away from so many different things. You're trying to get away from recovery attempts. You're trying to get away from down lights. You're trying not to get hit by jump sares. And then you just have to use all your resources, and you fall straight into a neutral light from the axe. And it's just a KO tool that you're forced to get hit by because you're scared of all the other options. And that's what ended up happening at the end of that game. Vortex was able to clutch that bad boy out by not really doing much.
Yeah, this is where it gets real if you're Reaper and Vortex. Because, up until this point, you guys have, been on the back foot the entire time. But now, this is your first time you had a lead. You got to game 5, you lost, and then you guys immediately lost the first game in the second set. But this is the first time that you guys have a commanding lead for yourself. And similarly, for Himwe and Sire, this is where the pressure actually starts.
I agree. This is where both players are in it's topsy-turvy, right? It's all been the lead from the blue team the whole time, but now the blue team's fighting for their final round in this world championship match. And like you said, the red team, oh my gosh. It doesn't even really matter what I was going to say. The gameplay is more beautiful than anything that I could have put into the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's definitely coming down to has the wind been knocked out of the blue team sails? We're gonna find out if they can bring this to a game 5, and I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I want to see them do it. I want to see them hang on. I love the story of the underdog, the new kid coming up and rising up and getting that crown, sitting on that throne, being happy. But we'll see. I mean, granted, so far, it's close. It's close. Sire's hanging on. Not for much longer, though, as we see that Sayer's going to go ahead and close it out. And Himwe, I feel like, has always been in this position. Needs help. Okay, we're back.
Finally able to get back up there. That was terrifying. But, yeah, I actually see what you're saying on that one, too. Himwe has been in a lot of dangerous situations, and maybe it comes from the fact of Reaper and Vortex kind of saw the way Himwe likes to play, and Himwe wants to go for the chase, and they're turning around chases on Himwe.
Oh, gonna come down. All right, down 6 gonna be able to work out, but gonna get punished by a Sayer. Himwe down to his final stock, Vortex down to his final stock. Potentially, Reaper and Vortex could come out as the champions here, or Himwe and Sire can stretch this one more game, and the dares are coming out from Reaper. Hopes and dreams are being crushed with every blow that lands on either side.
Man, ain't lying. Here we are, Vortex. Reaper's still holding on to the same stock, but I can say the same for Sire. I just feel like Reaper should have been KO'd a few more times than I think Sire should have, but the team damage from Himwe backing up, trying to cover that wall so nobody approaches on that mistake. That was very good coverage for the team, but the weapon toss,
and we can't make it.
Is that it for Himwe? That's gonna be it, and now Sire has to clutch after losing their second stock, final stock on the board. Oh no, and this is it. This is the final moments.
It's gonna be tough. It's doable. It's tough, but it's doable. Sire needs to get one clean blow onto Vortex and then get the 1v1. And that's Taros, man. He hits like a truck, but he has to find the hits first. And you can see Reaper is making it so difficult. Sire can't land. Gets the KO. You have time for a 1v1. You have to get the KO right now. Can you find the Stomp? Can you find the Sayer? No, Vortex is just going to back up, and it looks like Sire's not able to find anything, and this could potentially be the final moments of this tournament. You see Sire whipping out everything. The Taros Classic Cheese isn't going to be enough. I don't think it's enough to make it back here just to dodge, and it won't be able to do it, and there you have it. Reaper and Vortex are going to be your Brawlhalla World Championship champions, taking out Himwe and Sire in a Game 4 Grand Finals reset.
Man, I gotta tell it to you. Vortex and Reaper are an amazing duo. When you look at the way that they've been playing this thing out, at one game, you're going to be like, wow, look at Vortex. This is insane. Then the next one, you're like, man, look at Reaper. They're both passing the buck, and they're taking lead in different rounds and giving the other player a chance to be like, hey, I'm going to go in the backpack. And when you have that kind of comfortability to know that you don't have to have the weight of the world on your shoulders and have to do everything, that's what makes it where you can get to this level and become the champion.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those moments where, there's part of me that feels a little bit of heartbreak for Sire and Himwe, mainly just due to the fact that, for Himwe, you got so close 2 tournaments in a row, right? Like that has to hurt a little bit, especially like one tournament, you know, it's just another tournament, and then this tournament, this is the world championship where everything is on the line, you know, the pride, the fame, the guap, the everything, and it would be so cool if you could be the one to come out on top there. But Reaper and Vortex, man, they've been doing this thing for eons. You know, like it really does feel like decades, because their team has just been so static for so long at this point that I'm like, I can't be upset. In fact, I'm ecstatic for them, because that's another one in the books, baby. Good job.
Oh, yeah. Got to hold it down, put it up there with all the other ones you have, you know, on the mantle. People walk in the living room, they see all those trophies sitting up there, and you're like, what do you do? I'll tell you what I do. I swing the axe. You know what I mean? they've been holding it down for a long time, and I know everybody is excited to see that they got another one that took it home. But Hemway, Sire, you guys come back next time, and you strut your stuff, because you guys put on one heck of a show. And kudos to everybody that we just watched play in this top 4.
Yeah, 100%. For everyone watching still, do not fret, because of course, you know how it is. It's never just one and done. There's always more Brawlhalla action to behold. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow and Sunday, and of course next weekend as well. But tomorrow we're going to be having some EU action, some South America action, and then, you know, on Sunday, you know, maybe flirt a little bit with North America. You know, we'll see. Till then, I've been Flambeau. That's Zip. Is there anything else you want to say to the people, Zip?
Nothing but holla at your boy, and see you guys tomorrow.